Her alarm goes off and she gets up to watch the morning news. Doesn't work no more but tells a lot of stories about her youth. Drinks more lately, ain't got pills in many different colors too. Morning light is showing, she moves the chair to look out at her view. But her shop was built right across the street, and it stands where the sunrise used to be. In the afternoons on the couch to read, goes through old pictures and memories. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so they got old. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so they got old. Our heroes so they got old. Our heroes so they got old. Smiles they fade because her daughter only visits once a month. Since she got a family of her own, it's kept the two apart. Used to have so many visitors, but now the only one is the nurse that helps her move the chair to look out at the sun. But her shop was built right across the street, and it stands where the sunrise used to be. In the afternoons on the couch to read, goes through old pictures and memories. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so they got old. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so brave and bold. Our heroes have been forgotten, our heroes so they got old. Don't stay the same, you know. I just hope their stories will still be told. time of the year now, you got people falling in love. It brings you good cheer now when that mistletoe is above. Can you Santa driving the sleigh? Or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid. Never get a white Christmas, but today snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you. No, 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 no. It's been a few years now, and this cold town is not quite the same. I wish you were here now, by the fire, stoking the flame. Can hear Santa driving the sleigh, or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid, waiting for a white Christmas. And today, snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you. No, 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 it don't feel right without you. No, 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 it don't feel right without you. 답답한 새벽을 건너서 보이지 않는 너를 또 찾아가. 머리 위에 뜬 별은 destination. 파도가 높아서 좀 힘들지만 배도 때를 펴서 새벽 바다를 건너 내게 가는 중이야. 조금만 더 기다려줘. 멈추는 일은 없어. 내게 닿기 전까지 나는 새벽 항해 중. 너를 향해 가는 중. 어디서부터 멀어진 나. 가늠도 안 가. 여긴 내가 온 곳. 근데 여기 나 혼자뿐이라도 나쁘진 않아. 무섭지 않아. 바다가 하늘인지 하늘이 바다인지 이젠 잘 모르겠어. 내가 넌지 네가 난지 돌아갈 길은 없어. 노란 바다를 향해 나는 새벽 항해 중. 너를 향해 가는 중. 배도 때를 펴서 새벽 바다를 건너 내게 가는 중이야. 조금만 더 기다려줘. 멈추는 일은 없어. 내게 닿기 전까지 나는 새벽 항해 중. 너를 향해 가는 중. 나는 새벽 항해 중. 나는 새벽 항해 중. think you know why I'm here now. I think I need some answers right now. Are you gonna leave me standing by your door? I get cold every time you try to leave. I need to know, so get close. I think I need you next to me. Think you need to stay, you're slipping right away. There'll be nothing left of me. Get close. I think I need you next to me. Think you need to stay, you're slipping right away. There'll be nothing left of me. Get close. Are you trying to make me lose my mind right now? I think I need some answers right now. Don't you let yourself get away from me. I get cold every time you try to leave. I need to know, so get close. I think I need you next to me. Think you need to stay, you're slipping right away. There'll be nothing left of me. Get close. I think I need you next to me. Think you need to stay, you're slipping right away. There'll be nothing left of me. Get close. National Sports Career Conference. Participants outside, please come inside and be seated. Hello, I am An Ju-hee, the MC of today's conference. 2023 ISF conference is to discuss future trend and direction and provide information to our future generation who hope to enter international sports field. We are also lively broadcasting this through YouTube channel. Welcome to all the participants from online and offline, and I hope you have a fruitful day. For smooth operation of the event, please put your cell phones on vibration mode, and we are providing simultaneous interpretation service. If you need interpretation, please use interpretation device on your seats. Please use channel number 1 for Korean, channel number 2 for English. Now let's begin today's conference. It is time for Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand up and face the national flag.
나는 자랑스러운 태극기 앞에 자유롭고 정의로운 대한민국의 무궁한 영광을 위하여 충성을 다할 것을 굳게 다짐합니다.
바로. At ease, you may be seated. Now it is time to introduce distinguished guests of today. I will call the names, so please welcome them with big round of applause. First, Chairman Jo Yeon-jae of Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, KSPO. For the participants who are watching online, please look behind and say hello. Professor Emeritus, Ewha Women's University, former Vice President of the Federation International de Volleyball, Professor Hong Hyang-ja. And President Lee Gi-heung of the Korean Sports and Olympic Committee. Secretary General Baek, hello.
Shin Jung-hee, Asia Hockey Federation Vice President. Hello. Mr. Baek Sung-hook from Korea Sports Federation. Hello. And we also have Mr. Kim Taek-chun from Korean Sports and Olympic Committee. We also have Ms. Lee Sun-hwa from Korea Cheerleader Association. We also have President Kim Jong-bin, Korea Kickboxing Association. Mr. Lee Jong-hyun, Secretary General of Korea University Sports Association. Secretary General Lee Sung-jin from Gyeonggi Province Sports Federation. Secretary General Park Jin-seo, please say hello. Mr. Seo Hyun-seo from World Sports Federation, hello. Lastly, President Yoo Seung-min of the ISF International Sports Strategy Foundation, hello. Thank you so much for participating today's event during your busy schedule. Next, we have IOC member and also the ITTF chairman.
Dear guests, I am Petra Sorling, President of International Table Tennis Federation and also newly elected IOC member. My heartfelt congratulations to the International Sports Strategy Foundation for arranging the ISF Conference 2023. A special acknowledgement to ISF President Woo Seung-min and the entire ISF team for their exceptional dedication. This gathering is another important sport event in the Republic of Korea. At this very moment, preparations are being made for the first ever World Table Tennis Championships to be hosted in Busan in 2024. Anticipation is high, and we eagerly extend an invitation to all of you to join us next year for this truly historic event. In the dynamic landscape of international sports, we continuously adapt to evolving standards and embrace new trends. The potential for growth within the field of sport is vast and promising. Beyond the playing field, the sports community encompasses diverse professions, coaches, analysts, administrators, businessmen and women, and more, each playing a crucial role in the grand world of sport. These careers not only offers opportunities for personal and professional growth, but also significantly contribute to the industry's vitality. That is also why it is of high importance to recognize the vital role of attracting and nurturing future talents. The sports industry thrives on innovation, fresh perspectives, and a continuous influx of dedicated individuals. This conference is aimed to be a platform, not only to explore future trends, but also to inspire the next generation of leaders to embrace a sports career. Once again, my deepest gratitude to everyone involved and participating today. May this conference be a platform for meaningful dialogue, providing invaluable insights for aspiring sports enthusiasts. Good luck and thank you so much.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much, Petra Sorling from International Table Tennis Federation. Thank you very much for the speech. Now we would like to hear from Mr. Cho Hyun-jae, CEO of Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, or KSPO. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cho Hyun-jae, CEO of Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, or KSPO. I would like to congratulate you on hosting the 2023 ISF International Sports Career Conference. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to President Yu Seung-min and every member of the International Sports Strategy Foundation for providing us with this valuable opportunity. So today's weather is very tricky. The sun is shining outside, but the rain, you saw the rain, right? It's a very tricky weather. So, our theme today is to get prepared for the future in this career conference. I know that we have this various changing weather today. And what about the future? I believe that our future is transforming and we will have new technologies like new digital technology which will transform our future. So in this ever-changing international sport trend and environment, we would like to highlight what's changing, and we would also like to gather expert opinions today so that we can provide valuable information to our youth about their future career. I believe this will be a very meaningful occasion. Everything that happens is done by human beings. Of course, we have AI and intellectual technology, but they cannot replace everything that we do, although they are replacing a significant part of it. But ultimately, the ultimate technology and the basic decisions are made by human beings, even in the future. We've overcome the pandemic, but in this ever changing market, digital high technology and major transportation is awaiting us. So in this era, I think we need sound policy and clear vision. We have to have the right direction. If we fail to set the right direction, we will head into the wrong place. It will take us a lot of time, cost, and confusion. So in this transformative era, our youth who is going to lead Korea's sport field, we have to set the right direction for them. And we also have to discuss ways to enhance sports competitiveness of Korea. So today's conference is meaningful and very important and also very timely. So today, I hope that experts and everyone who's here today, who's going to lead our sport career, exchange ideas and input and insight so that we can all contribute to setting the right direction for Korea's sport sector. So KSPO will also do our best to nurture sport talents. We are going to pay a lot of attention. Once again, I would like to thank ISF committee, and I would like to congratulate again on hosting this conference. I wish you luck and happiness. Thank you very much.
Please give him a big round of applause. Now it is time for the congratulatory speech from Chairman of Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, President of Korea Sports and Olympic Committee, Lee Gi-heung. Dear members of the sports family, it is great pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on holding the 2023 ISF International Sports Career Conference, and I would like to express my appreciation to President Yoo Seung-min and the staff members for all your hard work in hosting the conference. At the Hangzhou Asian Games, Korea achieved third place overall, demonstrating its potential as a sports powerhouse. In particular, Korea won medals in esports and breaking events, proving that they are competitive even in the rapidly changing trends of international sports. In order to continue to expand the international presence and competitiveness of Korean sports, we must analyze and understand the future trends of sports. Through this, we will be able to not only reconsider Korea's sports diplomacy, but also provide direction to future generations and build competitiveness. The 2023 ISF International Sports Career Conference will have great significance in that it provides a venue for in-depth discussions on future trends in international sports. I hope this conference will provide us a valuable time to explore the direction in which the Korean sports community should move forward. Once again, congratulations on hosting the 2023 ISF International Sports Career Conference and wish good health and happiness to everyone participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Lee Gi-heung, for that remarks. And now we would like to hear from President Jung Jin-won from Korean Paralympic Committee. He's not here with us, but he sent us the message. So this is the message you see on the screen. So he is congratulating on hosting the 2023 ISF International Sports Career Conference. He hoped that this provides a venue for experts in international sport arena and young people who will lead the future of Korean sport career sector to come together and exchange ideas. Please give a big round of applause. And next, we have Honorary Professor Hong Yang-ja of Ewha University.
Please come up to the stage, Professor. Please welcome her with big round of applause. Hello, my name is Hong Yang-ja, Professor Emeritus at Ewha Women's University. Thank you so much for participating today's conference. Chairman Cho Hyun-jae, for participating today's event. First, I would like to sincerely congratulate the holding of the 2023 ISF International Sports Career Conference and thank President Yoo Seung-min and the International Sports Strategy Foundation for their hard work for the conference. And also Secretary General Park Joo-hee and ISF International Sports Strategy Foundation staff members, and also the experts who will give presentations despite their busy schedules. We will going to talk about the direction of international sports in depth, and we are going to come about the measure for the future of international sports, and I think that is very important task. What is important is sports. Sports is a cultural phenomenon, and this is the only field that has rapidly and strongly developed and most representative cultural phenomenon. Sports went beyond global, and globalization is making the world intensely in one platform, and we are structuring interdependence relationship. So it is time for us to make the direction and future trend together, and it is time for us to come up with the trend for the future. And then we need to deliver that to the next generation. In 2022 Hangzhou Asian Game, we have applied innovative digital technology for visual arts, and also eco-friendly facilities had installed, and also energy efficient method approach was applied, and also we are innovatively changing the participation of sports event. So in this innovative changes, how can we direct, how can we analyze the direction? And it is time for us to discuss about this issue in depth and help youth to fulfill their dreams. And we should provide the venue for learning and exchange. I hope through ISF International Sports Career Conference can give us a good opportunity to leap forward. Once again, congratulations with the successful opening of today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hong from Ewha University, for that speech. Now we would like to hear from President Yu Sung-min of ISF, who that is hosting this conference. Please welcome President Yu with a big round of applause. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, especially CEO Cho Hyun-jae from KSPO and Professor Hong Yang-ja of Ewha University for attending this conference despite their busy schedule. And I would also like to thank Shin Jung-hee and Secretary General Baek and Mr. Lee and Mr. Kim Taek-jeon and Seo Hyun-seok, everyone who is here. Well, it's a good opportunity to meet all of you, and as we meet together in this event, I feel like you have become one of my family members. Thank you so much for being here. And I would also like to thank Professor Tak and Tori Torov from OCA and other panelists for coming all the way from different parts of the world. As you know, ISF is not a big organization, is a small but solid, fast, and professional organization. In this organization, in 2023, we are hosting this Korea conference. It makes me so proud and grateful. So today we are going to talk about the future trend of international sport. I always think of what I should come up with the theme for a certain year. What is the most appropriate theme for a year? I always think about that. And this time, the future trend is about, I think it's a very timely theme. So I visited IOC meeting in Mumbai, India in October this year. And Thomas Bao, the head of IOC, highlighted two things about in his speech. He talked about e-sport and he also talked about AI. He talked a lot about these two topics. So today, we have to come up with this. We have to follow this trend. We have to lead the change. I think we are in the right place to do so. And starting from January 19th, we are going to have Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics, and we will also have a game in Busan. So, as a sport hub, Korea has been hosting a lot of events. And before Paris Olympics in 2024, athletes are working very hard. And through this conference, I hope that all of you can be prepared and get a lot of help. And 5 teams who won the contest, the 4 teams, I'm sorry, are here today with us. Thank you so much for your dedication and passion. So today's conference will give us a great opportunity to gather together and share great experiences. I would like to thank you for being here again, and ISF members will do our best to that end. And I also want to share a good news. So ISF, it's been 11th year since its foundation. So it's small but solid and fast-growing organization in the sports sector. It's been a great pillar of the sports sector, I believe. So we have members who've been working for ISF for 10 years. He's been in the swimming sector and he has been with us for 10 years. I'm sorry, her name is Im Sang-ah. I would like to thank her for sticking with us for this long year. I have prepared a small gift for her, so could you please join us in congratulating her? Miss Im Sang-ah, please come up to the podium. So we would like to deliver this plaque to Ms. Im Sang-ah for contributing to the growth of ISF. We thank you for your endeavors and passion. We hope that you grow further and you develop further in the coming years. We appreciate your work. 2023, November 6th, ISF members are presenting this plaque to you, Ms. Im Sang-ha. Congratulations, Ms. Im. And we also prepared a cake, a congratulatory cake. Let's take some photos. And members of ISF, it's so good to see them carrying each other. Once again, give them a big hand. Thank you very much for being here. Miss Im, she used to be a swimmer, so she's been sharing our value and belief for a long time. And I'm sure that our organization will continue to contribute to nurturing future talents and contributing to the growth of Korean sport and international sport. Yes, that was a great remark from President Yu. Let's move to the next part. We are going to hear from Chair Hong Zhang from Coordination Commission and a member of IOC. She is going to share her keynote speech.
Thank you indeed for inviting me to the 2023 ISF International Sport Career Conference. I'm very honored and delighted to be part of this prestigious event this year. It is with great pleasure that I can join you virtually for this important event on an important topic. And I would like to extend a special thank you to Seung-min Liu for inviting me to speak today. This year's conference theme is Future Trends in International Sport, which I believe is a very important factor in getting the gist of the change and the direction of future international sport. In 2024, the Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games will be held with young athletes from all over the world, a generation that will lead the international sport in the future of the rapidly changing era. The Youth Olympic Games aim to spread of Olympic value and the future growth of athletes and teenagers through sport. To make it really happen, the Youth Olympic Games are not only about youth sport competitions, but they also have a series of educational activities. The education activity program, which is away from the field of play, will make the participating athletes truly practice the youth Olympic movement by giving them opportunity to learn about other cultures and skills to be ambassador of their sport. In 2021, International Olympic Committee is preparing for the new year through announcement of IOC Olympic Agenda 2020. The IOC has produced results by launch of the Olympic esports brand in March 2023 by constantly strengthening the rules and responsibilities of IFs in virtual sport. It is necessary to discuss the future trends and the directions of the international sport and the constant measure in order to respond to the upcoming changes in sport and enhance the relationship with future generations. The IOC has produced results by launch of the Olympic esports brand in March 2023 by constantly strengthening the rules and responsibilities of IFs in virtual sport. It is necessary to discuss the future trends and the directions of the international sport and the constant measure in order to respond to the upcoming changes in sport and enhance the relationship with future generations. Thank you very much for your time today. I wish you all a fruitful and productive conference which will touch on many important topics. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 바쁘신 와중에도 화면으로 함께 해주셔서 감사하다.
Thank you for giving us a wonderful remark in your busy schedule. Now we are almost at the end of opening ceremony. Lastly, we have a photo shoot session. Distinguished guests in the first and second row, please come up to the stage for photos. Guests sitting on the first and second row, please come up to the stage for photos.
지금 귀빈 여러분들의 사진 촬영 순서가 진행되고 있습니다. 님들과 VIP 분들 모두 무대 앞으로 나와주시길 바랍니다. 모두 함께 사진 촬영이 있겠는데요. 방금 촬영하신 귀빈 여러분들과 함께 오늘 스피커로 참여해주시는 연사님들과 그리고 VIP 분들 모두 함께 앞으로 나오셔서 사진 촬영하는 순서가 있겠습니다. 여성분들은 안 보이시니까 앞쪽으로 나와주세요.
테스트 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 테스트
네, 사진 촬영 순서가
Photo shoot is all completed. This is the end of ISF conference opening ceremony. Thank you so much for participating the opening ceremony. We will going to take a short break, and you have about 4 minutes to take a break, and the first session will start at 2:10.
We go ho, ho, ho in the chimney tonight. We gon' leave your sleigh just a little on the side. Santa Claus, Mr. Claus, you ain't right. You're the one Christmas gift I can buy. We gon' ho, ho, ho in the chimney tonight. Santa Claus, Mr. Claus, you ain't right. You're so naughty. You and me, we go way back. It started when I sat on your lap. You know me so well, like no one else. Your friends do too. Just ask your elves. Been real good this year, I'd say. I've scored enough to ride your sleigh. Have I been naughty or nice? That list of yours, just check it twice. We go ho, ho, ho in the chimney tonight. We gon' leave your sleigh just a little on the side. On the side, on the side, on the side. Santa Claus, Mr. Claus, you ain't right. You're so naughty. You're the one Christmas gift I can buy. There's a twinkle in your eyes, you fool no one. There's no disguise, you feel it too. Just let it ride. No point in letting this subside. We go ho, ho, ho in the chimney tonight. We gon' leave your sleigh just a little on the side. On the side, on the side, on the side. Santa Claus, Mr. Claus, you ain't right. You're so naughty. You're the one Christmas gift I can buy. We go ho, ho, ho in the chimney tonight. Santa Claus, Mr. Claus, you ain't right. You're so naughty.
Going down, I've been feeling like I'm going down. I don't know why, but I feel empty. Staring at you, but you're looking down. Coming through, send a text and we can rendezvous. Yeah, I love you, but you're probably new. I don't know why, but I feel empty. I feel empty. 지쳐버린 우리를 봐. A lot of battery for the cellular data. 그건 사람들도 같다고 봐. Cellular data. Cellular data. Cellular data. Cellular data. Data, data.
Hey, how you been doing? I've been hashtagging in Facebook until I got myself bruising. 반복되는 매일이 요즘 난 네이버 속에 오픈 말해보는 네이버 메인 애도 same thing. 밖에 불빛 없는 사람들도 어두운 서울의 밤하늘 검은 연기를 피해 모두들 숨을 죽여 비와 죄책감 따윈 없지.
Love battery for the cellular data. 그냥 지쳐버린 우리를 봐. A lot of battery for the cellular data. 그건 사람들도 같다고 봐. Cellular data.
We will soon begin session 1. Participants, please come inside and be seated.
Let's get started. The session 1. So session 1 is about international sports future trend. We have 3 panelists, and as we have foreign speakers and participants are here, please use the interpretation device. Channel 1 is Korean and channel 2 is English. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Session 1, the first part, will be delivered by Professor Tak Min-hyuk from Loughborough University. Please welcome Professor Tak with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Tak Min-hyuk. It is very nice to meet you all. Do you hear me okay? First of all, thank you so much for preparing this valuable event and also ITTF and ISF, International Sports Strategy Foundation. And also, I would like to express my appreciation to participants online and offline. As the first presentation, I would like to talk about international sports today, and I would like to draw the big picture of international sports. And there are many perspectives, and I would like to talk about the general international sports world and the key agenda inside international sports. This is brief introduction of mine. I am working at Loughborough University and working in social science. And Loughborough University is ranked number 1 in terms of sports education, and there's sports management and sociology. And my major is sports integrity issues, such as match fixing, sports betting, abuse, and athlete protection. And I have studied with international sports cross section with two issues. In starting from 2019, I have started studying maximum fixing monetary system, and I had an opportunity to see the conflict in between two organizations. And inside IOC, there are safety related staffs, and I had an opportunity to exchange with them. So based on that experience, we have updated consensus statement for IOC safeguard policies. And also, inside IOC committee, the policies had been regulated, and we are now monitoring and then supervising the execution process. Of course, from my perspective, which is a scholar, it will be different from the people who are working in the field. So our goal is to provide the perspective of scholars and see the observation result, and that is how we are contributing to international sports world. And this is what you can see. And I would like to talk about the landscape international sport today, and also the theme related to that. And also, I would like to talk about future of international sports and conclude my presentation. So, landscape of today's international sports. I think there are many people that you can think about, Thomas Bach, and also President Yu Seung-min, who are actively working. But there are also many organizations and departments and also administrative staff members, and it looked like this. And if you ever thought about the and study about the international sports, you may have seen this. There's IOC, NOC, national government, and also nonprofit field and WADA, CAS, and all these organizations are closely related. And this is the international sports that we all understand. However, this is very limited photo. This also showed the relationship between the opening and preparation of international sports event. So if you think about the safety in this organization chart, do you think you can fulfill that easily? Let's say IOC want us to make a policy and want us to execute, then international organizations should have to follow that. And I don't think all the organization will going to follow the IOC's needs because it is not vertical in relationship, and there are other organizations who cannot cope with the order from IOC. So if you want to stabilize that sports culture, you may have to draw this picture. What is this? This is global observation for gender equality. And this organization visited our school for a workshop. And through women's sports participation opportunity expansion, we connect the people who are involved and share materials, and they are non-profit organization. So if you look at the partner organization, their characteristics are very different, and that includes UNESCO, WHO, UN, Human Rights Organization, and also IOC, UN Women, and there's also Rosen. It includes sports organization, government, non-profit organization, and they are all included in this picture. So if we say sports event profitable and to make that profit to nurture, use that profit to nurture athletes, the one that you can see on the left is right. But if we acknowledge sports as a small society and tool that can make positive influence, then we would need more complicated picture. And this photo on the right is one of the example. So different sectors are now exchanging actively, and this is the characteristic of current international sports. Then why is this so complicated? There are many backgrounds, and there are three of them I just mentioned, but we will look at only three of them. Sports are expected to be helpful to social issues. Sports has capability to integrate the society, and also it can be helpful for better health, and it can be helpful to prevent youth's misbehavior. And also it has power of giving power, and also it can be helpful to sustainable development goal. And also there are 17 goals in sustainable development goal, and that can be included in the mission of sports. And also there are scholars who are working in the sports field, and it is recommended to demonstrate the relationship between this society issue and sports. Why is that? It is to contribute to sports world, but we have to get the proof that sports can be very helpful to the society, so we can get more support and acknowledgement. That is the reason why we are trying to utilize this in more diverse sectors, and we are emphasizing the role of sports. So to summarize, so the traditional relationship is focused on the picture on the left, but the actual comprehensive relationship is the one you can see on the right. If the one on the right is getting more important, then how can this affect your career? Will this provide more opportunity? Maybe so, because there will be more entrants for international sports. It will be not just from international sports organization, but non-sports organization that will make you able to go in. But this transition needs other expertise, because that will need a separate, because there will be more complex issues that will be very difficult to resolve only with these sports. Abuse, sexual violence, match mixing, racism, all those issues can be more can get worse with sports sometimes. But we have to cope with this issue with other groups that are responsibility for social issues. That is the reason why it is getting more important. So we need a specialized expertise, and this is one of the examples. UNICEF's project, which is about the children's right. The world for athletes are increasing, so there can be some abuse of children. So in order to resolve this issue, European professional soccer asked the special children organization to resolve this issue. So no matter who started, no matter how many organizations are participating, we are providing this execution measure, and it is being executed and monitored. All those procedures are prepared, and those are existing inside organization and between organization, and that is how the sports organization can be changed. And these are the agendas and examples, and I will skip these. So this trend is naturally applied to the curriculum of schools, and these are the theme of MS modules. We are not deliberately designing the module, and there are also cross-cutting agendas in the context of the US and European countries, and those are very accurate. So that is the reason we have applied these themes to our curriculum, and it is now applied to the field. So if you look at the list here, there are cross-cutting agendas and how those are applied to the curriculum. So to summarize, you can think of this. These are showing organizations and sectors with different characteristics, and also international federations, governments, campaign groups, media. The agenda that I mentioned will go through these organizations and sectors, and that we're going to tie up these organizations and create cooperation in between. So what are these all tied up with? With expertise. With expertise, the resource can be delivered. So in this respect, when you make your career, there can be different trends. So far, we used to choose just one international organization, and then we went up vertically. So in order to take that access, you make your capabilities grow, financial expertise, and also language capability. But it is not always vertical. Now it can be also horizontal. For example, you can have expertise in safe sports and start your career, and also you can grow in the field, and then you can move to other organization vertically and also horizontally. Personally, maybe we have passed the golden days of international sports. It will continue, but if we think about the international sports, the science, and there can be criticism, and we also need to take care of the climate change issue. Because of climate change, we are trying to limit the increase of temperature in 1.5 degrees, and also these cannot be justified easily in sports. Of course, sports had developed with humanity, but we need to know how we can justify the realization of the process. If you are interested and if you are willing to enter, and then you have to see if it's sustainable, and you have to see how it can contribute to the sustainability of the earth. So today I would like to talk about in international organization of sports, and we need to solve these agendas if we want to go forward. You cannot resolve this alone, but you can also resolve this together if you can learn and work together with other people. What you can see on the right is Cubert's working office. The leadership in the international sports are about the capabilities that are coping with these situations. So you have to ask yourself, am I being updated with the changes? And you have to think, am I equipped with knowledge and approaches to deal with the issues? And you also need to ask, am I ready to offer answers to some of the prominent issues? And this is a question that is asking the value of yourself. Why do you want to enter international sports organization? What can you do as Korean? You may have many answers, but I think you should think about cross-cutting agenda, and please take a look at this agenda too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tak from Loughborough University. So session one's second presentation will be given by Professor Im Hyo-sung from Anyang University and member of Korea University Sports Board. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hi everyone, it's very nice to see you. First of all, I am honored to be part of this conference. Today, I want to talk about global talent and future talent. We are living in an ever changing society. Everyone knows that. But regarding these changes, we have to understand and we have to cope with the changes. And there's a great difference between those who can do that and those who can't. And recently, we've been through the pandemic, which posed even greater changes, which impacted human, industry, and every other sector of our society. It's called the big blur, and blur means making something blurry. Because it's a big blur, it means that something has become blurry. Something great has become blurry. And what has become blurred? The borders between industries have become blurred. And sectors that have been divided are now going through changes in this big blur era. AI, big data, IT, and fintech are playing their part, making people moving across these sectors. So this big blur phenomenon is taking place in sports sector as well. So today I would also talk about HR, what is relevant for HR sector in relation to talent trends and future talents. Then what kind of changes are taking place? First of all, our work is changing. We used to call it a job, but these jobs are being changed and skill sets are also changing, especially with digital transformation. Our jobs are being redefined, and these changes are also changing capacity-based HR to skill-based HR and compensation. And the unit of work is changing. In the past, we used to focus on doing a large size work altogether, but these jobs and works have become smaller. In order to respond to these changes and to meet the new demands, these changes also affect people. We have this new generation called MZ. They are now in the labor market and they are showing greatly different characteristics, which lead to generational conflict. And organizations are trying to respond or adapt to these different characteristics of their workforce. Let me dig deeper. In the past, the changes in the job were not great. So we were able to match people who are suitable for certain tasks. However, in the rapidly changing environment, work division and collaboration became very important. And in order to respond to the changes smoothly, we now focus on agility, and organizations are paying more attention on becoming agile. So the capacity we used to have in the past is no longer relevant or no longer sufficient. Now people need to go through skilling and upskilling. So company workers need to come up with different skill sets in order to meet the new demands. And on the left side of the graph, you see the traditional tasks, task-based works, and companies choose to focus on whether people have the certain skill set or not. But moving to the right side, to the future, companies are now focusing more on on skill sets that people have or broader clusters when we define the work or task. Of course, going forward, we will have traditional jobs and standardized jobs, but these jobs will be subject to greater changes in the future. And in this slide, you can see that the speed of the change is going up, which redefines our work and the environment that we work in. And skill sets and skill clusters are required now. So inside the organization and on personal level, we need more flexibility and expertise. Instead of standardized set of work, we need to upskill and reskill ourselves in order to provide the work that is needed. And the same thing applies to HR or recruitment. In the past, there were job descriptions, certain fixed requirements, but now there's free movement between work and skill. And if needed, these are matched. And people can freely move based on the skills they have. This is something natural. This will change the structure, and it will force us to move to a skill-oriented talent management. In the past, we focused more on past experience of an applicant, past achievement that he or she had, but now we are more focused on skills, whether they are flexible enough, whether they are future-oriented. Now, let me change the topic a little bit. So we have this advent of the new generation called MZ generation, and companies are paying attention to the characteristics of this generation. This is about yourself and your colleagues. And MZ generation are called digital natives. It means that they are very good at utilizing mobile devices and SNS and other information technology. And they tend to focus more on their own standards and own criteria. So in the past, people used to have different values and beliefs. In the past, organization equals myself. But now, the new generation thinks that the relationship is rather transactional. They look at what kind of things that the organization can offer. So instead of focusing on the growth of the organization itself, they put themselves in front of the organization. So instead of sacrificing themselves for the organization, they want to achieve a work-life balance. So that is one of the characteristics of this new MZ generation. But still, companies rely heavily on cooperation. So this has become a big challenge, and how organizations can incorporate this new generation, that became very important. And before and after COVID-19, a lot of people are quitting their job, and there are people who are quietly quitting. They didn't actually quit the job, but they tend to put a distance between themselves and the work, and they try to do the minimum work. And 50% of the U.S. employees have actually quietly quit the job, and 70% of Korean workers think that they just need to work just as much as you get paid. So they are more passive workers. And here you can see those blue people who are satisfied with their job, and red people are not satisfied with their job. Some people are satisfied with their job and with the company, and some people are satisfied with the job but are not satisfied with the company. Some people are not satisfied either with the job or the company. People, the MZ generation, they focus more on the job they do rather than the company they belong to. So here, type 2 means people who are satisfied with the job but not with the company. You have to focus on providing the right environment. And there are other people who, like 13% of people, who do not like the job and who like their company. So companies have to focus on these different groups of workers with different approach. And as I said before, MZ generation has different perspective, different values, and different meaning of life. Recently, a lot of countries conducted survey, and I have a combined result. So the characteristics of global talents, a lot of talents put priority on their personal experience. So value, fun, fulfilling, learning are all in the top ranks. So the organization and workers' contract and work relationship are undergoing great change accordingly. And as you can see on the slide on the left-hand side, you can see a lot of people showed, a lot of employees were loyal to the company, and companies had to satisfy employees' basic requirement. But now companies are required to satisfy employees' high yearning for growth and development. And more specifically, companies have become a customer. Now workers now are becoming enterprises. So individual employees have greater authority along with the technological development. They are no longer in vertical hierarchical relationship. They are more in partnership relationship. And this partnership requires trust, transparency, and equitability. So there's hidden agreement or consent for this. So let me summarize my presentation now. On the previous slides, I've been explaining the changes in the sector and the new generation called MZ generation. Then, based on this understanding, let's talk about what kind of requirements are expected from our future talents. So in this rapidly changing society, the job and the skills and the methods to achieve the task are changing as well. So past experience and past skills and experiences used to be important, but now more important thing is whether the person can carry out the work in a flexible way. It is because now people are more focused on skill sets, and there are about 5 requirements centered on purpose, creative mindset, passion to perfection, challenge, and proactive to progress. These have become very important requirements for our future talent. And just for the organization, organizations are now required to become agile. Like I said, leaders and organizations, they need to have agility in terms of their perception, emotion, and behavior. So it's more about a partnership. So employees have to be aligned on this based on these new values. However, in Korea, what about in Korea specifically? There are 2 more requirements that I would like to talk to you. So in the past, we used to focus on school ties and regional ties and women and women leaders. These are all relevant issues. But now we have DEI. That's called diversity, equity, and inclusion. A lot of companies are incorporating these values. They try to respect diversity so that people in the company can produce synergistic effect. And this is the last slide. So there are 6 sectors and organizations are undergoing this survey in order to rank the workplaces, popular workplaces in the present condition. So global standards are being developed and being redefined. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. It was about future talents and global talents and HR perspective. So the organization and employees' future direction was discussed. Going forward, we hope that we remain competitive. All of you remain competitive so that all of us can contribute to the international sport sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Im. And the last presenter is Tony Taraff, Head of Athletes Development Department and Special Projects, Olympic Council of Asia. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I will be speaking English, presenting in English. I will be less academic and more practical because basically I come from the Olympic Council of Asia. I'm the head of the Athletes Development Department and Special Projects, and I will be talking more how we are applying future trends in our organization. But at the beginning, when I was invited to be in this conference, I sat down to start preparing my presentation, and I was thinking about my approach. What approach should I take and what trends should I be talking about? So I think the first question we will ask is, what will sports look like in the future? And definitely from my own perspective and from where I come from as the head of the athlete department, I will be more into the athlete-centered approach. Before talking about the trends we are applying at the Olympic Council of Asia, or what kinds of development we are taking into consideration for the development, I think first of all we should start from the basics. Did we ask ourselves what is the real definition of a trend? Because what we know as a trend at the beginning is basically what is trending on Twitter, or today a blue jeans is a trend, or for example, a long t-shirt is a trend. Let's first start with the real definition of a trend. A trend is a general direction in which something is developing or changing. A trend is a change or develop in a general direction. So a trend is something positive. It's about development. But the most important thing is how to face this change of general direction and how to adapt and try to implement in the right way to move smoothly with this development or change of direction. So starting at the beginning with the first point, trend is basically development, evolution. And we will see how we can positively develop or change the direction. So why we need to follow a trend? Even ourselves at the Olympic Council of Asia, as a continental organization responsible for the 45 national Olympic committees in Asia, we need to ask ourselves, first of all, why we need to follow a trend. The industry and the world are changing over time. The whole environment is changing over time. So the organization needs to change itself over time. Trends are an extremely reliable source of changes, and it will warn you about what is correct and what is wrong. And trends will create a reliable system for discovering sources of changes, and definitely trends will tell you what you must improve in your organization. How you should follow a trend? Three simple steps. Discover the trend, study and understand the trend, and how it can be applicable in your own organization, which is trend analysis, Step number 3, apply the trend to positively affect your organization. And this is very important. You should benefit from any kind of changes in order to apply or to develop or to change the general direction in a way that will leave a positive impact on the organization. Let's take one small example of a trend or a kind of a development. When it comes to football, they used to have a lot of arguments and during the game when the ball crossed the line or didn't cross the line, and then they created the VAR, which is a way, it's a trend, it's a kind of development in order to move forward in a positive way and reduce the criticism and the arguments. Anything you are doing in life, we all know that we should always be idealistic in our approach, but we shouldn't forget the realistic part. So even when we are applying any kind of development or when we are changing the direction, it's good to be idealistic, and I will show you later on with few examples what I'm talking about. But at the same time, when you are applying in your implementation, you should be realistic, taking into consideration your scale, where you are located, from which organization you are coming from, the cultural perspective, a lot of things that you need to take into consideration. So take the idealistic approach in a way as a holistic approach, but while you are implementing, don't forget to be realistic. I will list a few trends that we all know about nowadays and trends that are taking place, like sports definitely has moved from traditional to non-traditional. Globalization is a trend. Esports definitely is becoming ever more popular. AI, artificial intelligence, sensors and data analytics will be vital for success. Fan engagement. Media companies have to adjust when it comes to the portrayal for athletes. Athletes continue to improve their peak performances. Importance and brand value of the athletes ever increasing. Sustainability, inclusion and diversity. A list of trends, and we can still list more and more and more and more. But today, again, coming from my own perspective, I would like to focus on the trends that are related more into athletes, that are more related into integrity, inclusion, sustainability. So this is why, moving from the general kind of explanation or the general approach, which is talking first of all, philosophically, academically speaking, defining what is trend, and we all agree that trend is basically development, it's an evolution, and it's the change of the general direction. So trend can be something really positive. After defining a trend, we understood why we need to follow a trend, because we need to move with the flow in a positive way, and our flow, to create our flow to move with the flow. This will definitely leave a positive impact on our organization. And how to implement the trend. You need to understand what's going on. You need to keep on doing your research. You need to analyze the trend. And then you need to implement idealistically and realistically. You need to be idealistic and as a holistic approach, and you need to be very realistic when you are applying. So this is how I see the current and future trends in international sports, and how the current and future trends are creating a more sustainable, inclusive, and growing future for all. I will read more about trend number 9, which is athletes continue to improve their peak performance. In the old days, athletes tried to be as physically fit as possible. Since that time, we have come a long way. Mental training, food, supplements, data analytics are just a few examples of this. So you can see even athletes are developing. Athletes' career is developing from being amateurs, and now they are professional. Their job is to compete, is to train, is to perform. This is kind of a change of direction. So how we can face the changes when it comes to athletes, for example, when we are talking about athletes moving from being amateurs to professionals, how we can face the changes nowadays when it comes to betting and manipulation, when betting is becoming something viral, and with the increase of the betting platforms, how we will face the changes and the increase of sexual harassment, psychological abuse, neglect, bullying, mental health, how we will face all these changes and all these things that are going viral. We will face all these with the trends, with the new trends, with the development, with the evolution, which is to understand what's going on when it comes to manipulation, and at the same time, develop in a way where we create our own policies and our own framework to fight against illegal betting and against competition manipulation. One example, when it comes to the athletes department, for example. 3 years ago, we didn't have an athlete department at the Olympic Council of Asia. We had the athlete committee. But while we are doing our research and study, we saw that athletes' needs and the support is something important and vital. So this is why we decided to create an athlete department. And lately, in Hangzhou, we conducted the first ever athlete committee elections, because we knew that athletes, we should give them more support, more projects, we should create a clear framework, policies on how to support them on and off the field of play. This is kind of a trend that we are following, and a lot of international organizations is following, but it's not the trend that we know, it's a kind of development and evolution. Talking about e-games. Few years ago, e-games became more and more popular. This is how, also at the Olympic Council of Asia, we decided to include e-games part of our sports program. This is how we follow the trend in a way where this trend will positively affect our organization. And we had our first e-games competition during Hangzhou Asian Games. It was very successful, as you can see. Everyone was there to watch the e-games. Talking about manipulation, again, we saw that with manipulation, with betting, that the numbers are increasing, and this will create a big problem, and it's kind of a danger on our sports and competitions. This is how we created frameworks, policies in place. I will give you another two big examples when it comes to the trend. I will talk about inclusiveness and diversity. You know, when it comes to inclusion, also lately, we can see that women are not given the chance to be part of sports organizations, committees, to compete, to develop. And sports can play a role in creating gender equity, but this is kind of a cultural problem that we are facing. So what we did as a trend, but not a trend, but as a kind of development and a kind of general direction, is we started applying the gender equity policy in our development programs and also during the Asian Games. In the last 3 years, when we started following this kind of development and changing the direction to apply the 50-50 policy, which is giving women the same opportunity as men, in the last Asian Youth Camp we organized in Uzbekistan, we were able to target 45% out of the participants as female athletes. In our last Olympic Council of Asia Athletes Forum in Bangkok, 48% of the participants were female. In the last Asian Games, Hangzhou, 41.3% of the athletes participating were female. For the first time ever during the Asian Games, we had one male and one female flag bearer for each National Olympic Committee. For the first ever in the history of the Asian Games, also in Hangzhou, we had 2 MVP awardees, one male and one female. This is how we are following the trend in a positive way. This is how we are developing. We are looking on what we are facing nowadays, the threats, the things that are changing, and those things that can affect negatively our organization. And this is how we are being proactive, and this is how we are reacting by creating frameworks, policies in place, and following those trends in order to develop our organization in a positive way. So, as I mentioned before, in our approach as a sports organization, we should be realistic. So we should take into consideration that we should create the 50-50 policy, but we need to be realistic that we will not be able to reach the 50-50 policy from the first or the second year. This is how we need to take the holistic approach in an idealistic way, which we need to ensure the 50-50 policy, but we shouldn't forget the quality. It's not about quantity. So this is how you need to be realistic, taking into consideration from where you are coming from and your scale. How this will help create good governance, because when we are talking about inclusion and safeguarding and manipulation and athlete support, all this is part of the good governance and creating a fairness and safe environment for athletes. Why we should follow the trend, the positive trend, because this will leave a positive impact on our sports organization. This will help the organization develop the development and the evolution and create a more sustainable, inclusive, and growing future for all. Finally, as a conclusion, talking about a positive trend, and this is what we need to focus on, which is following or applying a positive trend, because a trend can be negative or positive, refers to a consistent and upward movement or development in a particular aspect, indicating progress, improvement, or growth. Again, the realistic and idealistic approach, which is the 50-50, which is the win-win situation, and always make sure the future trend in international sport is serving the sports, the organization, and most importantly, the athletes. So as a conclusion, trend is one kind of development, evolution, and a general direction. The most important thing is always to keep an eye on researching and looking on how things are changing, how the world is changing, what kind of threats we are facing, how we need to protect our organization, and create and follow positive trends in a way to set a framework and policies to protect the organization, positively influence the organization, and definitely move with the flow, our flow, because everything is developing, so we need to develop, but develop in the right way with framework and policies. As we did with inclusiveness and diversity, as we did with the manipulation, which is having framework and policies in place, as we are doing with safeguarding, the same what we are doing for athletes, which is protecting athletes, innovating, and trying to create a safe environment for them, following the trend in a way because sports is developing. So in simple words, practically speaking, this is what is trend, and this is what we are doing as a sports organization in a very simple way in order to develop, to move with the flow in a positive way, protect our athletes, the sports, and the organization, and keep on innovating day after day. Thank you very much.
마지막으로 토니 타라프 국장님의 말씀.
Thank you very much, Tony Taraf. So, session one was about international sports future trend. Now we are going to have a panel discussion on this topic. So, the moderator and panelists, please come up to the podium and be seated. The moderator and three panelists, three speakers, please come up to the podium and be seated. Thank you for joining us. So let me introduce our moderator. So Dr. Kang Yeon-hung got doctor's degree in sports policy from Loughborough University, UK, and is currently a head of the ISF International Sport Research Center. Thank you very much. So my name is Kang Yeon-hung, as been introduced for the session one. So today we are going to talk about international sport trend, and the topic for the session one is international sport trend changes and future direction. We have three panelists with us today. So I would like to briefly introduce our speakers. First, Professor Tak is working on sports integrity at Loughborough University, and he also got rewarded by ISF. He's a very well-known scholar, and Professor Im Hyo-sung is a professor of Anyang University, is member of Korea University Sports Board. And recently, he was also awarded on his work. And lastly, we have Tony Taraf, head of Athletes Development Department and Special Project of OCA. Tony can give you great inspiration because he was one of ISF young leader. So now I have some individual questions and common questions to kick off the session. The first session is for Professor Tak. So in your presentation mentioned SDG. So sports can be a important part to contribute to SDG, but local companies, organizations in Korea, I think they are relatively lacking behind. So what are the things that Korean organizations have to focus on in order to achieve SDG further in the future? Can you hear me? That was a very difficult question. So SDG, what Korean organizations have to do is to focus on SDG. That's as simple as that. Or well, let me rephrase my answer. I think not just Korea, but in other countries, so Korean workers in other countries, they underestimate the position of Korea. We still think that we are third party, we are just in the Far East, but given the population, we are not a small country. So we think our achievements are small, but there are other sectors. So we have speakers who talk about EDI, equality, diversity, and sustainability as well, and inclusiveness. When we talk about this, we bring agendas from foreign countries, and we try to apply these ideas to our country. So when we get prepared, we have to lead, we have to be a leader in these agendas. Instead of just borrowing ideas from foreign countries, we have to do our own homework and we have to come up with our own approach to implement these agendas. We have to set the direction for the global sport sector. We have to lead. I think that is the mindset we can have. And in that light, Korean organizations and sports organizations, they are not doing well in this part. So before they go out, Korean workers, when they enter foreign countries, they underestimate the position of Korea. And in order to improve that situation, in order to focus on SDG, we have to focus on SDG. We have to focus on performance, of course, but the international trend, as you mentioned, we have to balance out. We have to balance. We have to defeat, but we have to defeat others well. We have to defeat others in a fairly manner. So that is what I would like to talk. Well, in relation to that, maybe you mentioned, given your comment, what do you think is the most important subject that students have to learn in Korea? What kind of disciplines that they have to open in university for our students in Korea? Well, just to speak briefly, like I said, from our common issue is EDI sustainability. So as I was preparing for my presentation, these expertise, these values can be equipped with people who have master's degrees at least. But as I heard common issues from two other speakers, maybe these are like global citizenship that is necessary for all sport experts. So our university academy, is it sufficient? That is the question that I had. I'm not saying they are not doing well. I just wanted to know the current state. If you're doing well, just keep up. If you're not doing well, why don't you come up with a different action? Okay, thank you very much. Then let's move to Professor Lim.
It was such a good theme. It was related to HR, which is hardly dealt in the sports field. And let me ask you a question. Like you mentioned, now people say that their work is more important than their company. But this is not the perspective from the organization. Because when you do an internship, most participants come to the organization because they love sports, but they leave because they get disappointed. And are there any way to cooperate better? Thank you for a good question, and I will answer your question. So it might be unfamiliar to you because I was talking about the HR issue. And in terms of understanding of each other, sports field is also actively applying this, and this is no more unfamiliar to me to us, and we should get used to it. So I will answer as some keywords. I think organization, culture. So like I said, generations change. There may be older generation here. There are X generation. So X generation started with the quote that they're different from the existing generation. But what is different from that time and now is this. They said, they X generation thought that their agenda is more important than the existing generation, but they didn't say it. But now, the current generation, they say what they want. They say what they don't like. our younger generation has a voice. So I was very surprised at first, but now I can understand the new generation. And from the perspective of organization, we are actually thinking about how we can cooperate with them. Of course, DEI is important, but eventually, more diverse, more inclusive cultures should be established. And if that is dealt internationally, then inclusiveness, diversity, discussion about these should be done, and these should be inside our culture so that we can make further development. It cannot be done with just one person. We have to understand each other and build culture together. Maybe I'm too naive, but maybe this can be the next point. Thank you. There are two groups in this floor. There are people who are working in organization and people who want to get a job in the organization. So I hope they understand what you just said. Next, I will ask a question to Tony.
Of the trend. But as you mentioned the importance of the esports and AI, and also you mentioned the big data or sports tech will help the athlete, the performance. So my question is, in related this is how the OCA, the preparing for this? I mean, do you have any strategy or the specific project? I know the esports made a successful achievement in Hangzhou, but is there any strategy for the esports or AI in OCA?
You mean for esports or for everything?
Esports or AI, the kinds of the sports tech industry.
So basically, this is a good question. There's always a strategy, and there's always a way to understand what's going on. Especially we are in Asia, and when it comes to technology, esports, you need to be very attentive and you need to be very aware, and you really need to follow the development. So. Usually, sometimes you get a lot of proposals, for example, and you get a lot of approaches from different organizations and different initiatives. This is where you need to be attentive to study how much this is important and how much this is developing and how much it's applicable in your organization. For esports, as you can see, it was first, at the beginning, it was a demo sports in the past years. And in the Asian Games, it was basically a sport which is basically with medals, and it's part of the sports program. And while we were planning for the esports also, we were very attentive to make sure that esports is being applicable in the right way, which is with no violence, reflecting the Olympic values. So this was very important also when we were applying and approaching esports. So this is what I was saying. You need to move with the flow, but at the same time, you need to implement in the best way ever to protect the values, to protect your organization, and to make sure that what you are doing is leaving a positive impact on your organization. So definitely there's always a strategy, statistics, looking back and doing our research on what's going on around the world, and testing, definitely, and making sure that what we are applying is being applied in a positive way.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My time is limited, so I'm going to end with a common question for all these three speakers. First, for Professor Ta. So, we are living in an uncertain era, starting from COVID and wars as well. So, in this ever-changing society, our future sport experts what is the most important skill or factor that they need to have. I know you've already explained this in your presentation, but could you please elaborate that again, just briefly, as an advice? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Taraf, I was listening to his speech and I thought, as I was preparing my presentation, I actually focused on Europe, but I now thought that Asia, it could be different. We have two same organizations and in the same sector, but if the context is different, we have to use different skills. So I think maybe resilience. I think resilience is very important in this era. I also mentioned climate change, and etc. and other crises. But sport will not go away. It's directly related to our intrinsic nature. It won't go away. It will be here. But we have to know how we can keep doing this in a sustainable way. How can we evolve sport? We have to think about this at organizational level and at individual level. I think we have to keep thinking about that. I think that itself is important. Okay? Professor Lim? Yes, so recently we witnessed, I actually saw a small GIF on SNS. It said, attitude is your competitiveness. Your attitude is your competitiveness. It struck hard on me. So there are some projects that we do, and I sometimes attend interviews during this project, and I meet a lot of new applicants who talk about their bold ambitions, but of course have they do not have enough experience because they are newbies. But those people who stand out to interviewers, they have difference. They have something different. So I think everyone, besides from like the background and experience, I think your attitude means a lot, and your mindset, how you think about the sector, I think that is actually very, very important, and it gives you your own competitiveness. Okay, thank you. And lastly, let's hear.
Do you give any advice for those who really want to work in the international sports field?
I think briefly, use your heart and mind. So it's very good to be passionate. It's very good to love what you are doing and what you are planning to do and what kind of profession you need to choose. But use your mind also in a way to be innovative, to track the development and what kind of sports major is booming nowadays, how things are developing. So it's good to be passionate. It's very important to start from here, but there should be a balance also with the mind to do your research and try to choose wisely and in a smart way, and this is how you will succeed. But never back up. Always keep on pursuing your sports career, because what we are doing also in sports organization, we are developing, but we are protecting also. So sports is there, international organizations are there, and definitely don't hesitate to be part of this world, but always the 50 is here and another 50 is here.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Diversity, inclusiveness, protection of athletes, and technology advancement. Now we are living in an era of these topics. Now that we discussed this topic, I'm sure that we can make a step further to contributing or developing our sports sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. That concludes session 1. We are going to take a brief break and we are going to meet again at 3:35. 3:35. Please be seated by 3:35.
Cellular data. Cellular data. Cellular data. Data. We got better than before. Cellular data. Cellular data. Cellular data. Cellular data. Cellular data. Cellular data. A lot of battery for the cellular data. 그냥 지쳐버린 우리를 봐. A lot of battery for the cellular data. 그건 너와 나도 같다고 봐. Cellular data. Cellular data. A lot of battery for the cellular data.
It's wonderful when you smile. Yeah. I think I'm lost in your eyes. Yeah. Our love is strong, more than a mystery. The flame still burns. That's our mystery. 'Cause I feel sad when you are far, when you are not here. I have nothing. You give me hope, you give me light, please never leave me. I have nothing, 'cause I have nothing. I have nothing, I have nothing, I have nothing, 'cause I have nothing. It's wonderful when you smile. Yeah. Our love is strong, more than a mystery. The flame still burns. That's our mystery. It's wonderful when you smile. Yeah. I think I'm lost in your eyes. Yeah. Our love is strong, more than a mystery. The flame still burns. That's our mystery. 'Cause I feel sad when you are far, when you are not here. I have nothing, I have nothing. You give me hope, you give me light, please never leave me. I have nothing, 'cause I have nothing, I have nothing, I have nothing, I have nothing, 'cause I have nothing, I have nothing, I have nothing. It's wonderful when you smile. Yeah. I think I'm lost in your eyes. Yeah. I have nothing, I have nothing, I have nothing, 'cause I have nothing, I have nothing, I have nothing.
Half 3 when I called you up, said I need you now 'cause I'm losing patience. By 4 you were knocking on my door. I said love is a two-way road, you don't care no more, am I going crazy? Needed you just to help forget it all. And it was easy, you put the records on to replay, danced till we couldn't see straight.
Drifting on the ocean, sometimes I pass by an island, but there's nothing there for me. I move on as the wind blows, hoping to wash up on that shore, and the sand will hold me. Blue, the water and sky, reflection in my eye, and it's true, so true, that my life is a seashine. Is a seashine. Is a seashine. Is a seaside. Is a seashine. Is a seashine. Is a seashine.
We will begin the session 2. The session 2 is a session to introduce the ISF Youth Leaders Olympic Movement Project and result report. There are 5 presentations that are prepared. Before we start, Park Joo-hee, Secretary General of ISF, will going to introduce all the presentation. Secretary General Park is a science member of International Olympic Academy and executive member of the World Aquatics. Please welcome her with big hands. Good afternoon. I am Park Joo-hee, Secretary General of ISF. It is quite warm and we are cooling down the temperature, so please, we would like to ask for your active engagement. And this is the second year of ISF Movement Project, and we have young leaders of ISF. In order to expand the Olympic movement, we are emphasizing the youth leadership, and we are providing the opportunity for youth to grow. Last April, ISF cooperated with Gangwon 2024 and we opened an exhibition contest and we have selected 15 teams. These teams are designated as youth leaders and we are providing their projects, and there are 5 teams who will present today, and there will be very interesting various trends. The one final team, you know that ISF headquarters is located in Switzerland, Rosanna, and you can have the opportunity to give a presentation at Switzerland, and also you have the opportunity to visit different sports organizations. Results, performance, and their experience, I hope these can become a good driving force for you in the future. So let's hear about the project results with participants who are here with us today. And these 5 teams had completed their projects, so this is their final report. They will give us presentation about the overall result, and then we will going to choose one team. And the first team is Eco Olympic team. Please.
Hi, before the presentation, on the desk you'll find the badge that we created myself, so you can take a look during our presentation. If you need badges, you can trade the pin with our team. Let me begin my presentation. Hi, everyone. We are EC Olympic team that participated in the contest with Gangwon 2024. My name is Lee Bin. Today, I'm going to tell you the background of the project, details of the project, and the outcome. So, we know that there's increased attention on sustainable environment in mega sports event. So Olympics are adopting eco-friendly measures and people are paying attention to these measures. And with low birth rate and aging population, there are a lot of population issues. So we focused on the youth. As you can see in the statistics, the population of the youth is going down, and you can see the position of the youth is being reduced. So it reminded us of an opportunity to seek ways to strengthen the MZ generation. So we wanted to discuss a sustainable Olympics along with IOC vision. And we also wanted to talk about environmental protection and the youth under this big theme called Sustainable Olympics. So we developed programs where the youth can actually participate in, and we also wanted to use the pin trading culture so that Korea can lead the eco-friendly Olympic movement. And in order to have sustainable Olympics, we wanted to remind our youth of the importance of environmental protection. So we created green badges, and we also conducted online and offline activities. Firstly, green badges. We collected plastic waste and we designed the badge and we produced the badge and we distributed the badge. First of all, collecting waste plastic, we installed 2 boxes inside Yonsei University campus, and we collected waste plastics that were thrown away by students. And after 1 month, we collected all the bottles and we cleaned the bottles and we sent these bottles to a vendor. We wanted to take this activity outside Yonsei University, so we wanted to expand this activity across the nation. So we also did this Let's Collect Plastics and Save Our Seas campaign. So in eMart stores, we installed boxes where we could collect plastic waste from users of eMart so that we can bring this project to across the country. And we also conducted on and offline meetings with the vendor called TerraCycle in order to produce badges. And we also participated in design, and we confirmed the final design of the badge, which you can see here on this slide. So as we collected the plastics, we also held a contest for plastic badges. That was a very important part. So using this image, we created the card news, and we uploaded this card on SNS. And from adolescents, we collected a lot of design ideas. So we looked at whether these designs are related to Winter Olympics, whether they have Korean components, and whether the designs are creative and original. So there were 2 designers and 11 sport experts who participated in selecting the final design. This is the final design, but this design was not incorporated into the final design because after the design was selected, there was some issue raised about intellectual property regarding Gangwon 2024. And there were some delay in communicating with the organization committee of Gangwon 2024, so we decided to use the different designs so that we do not illegally use intellectual property of Gangwon 2024. So we communicated with young designer, we redesigned the badge, and we were able to produce the final design of the badge. And these badges we wanted to do some pin trading of these badges. That is why we shared our plan to distribute 1,000 badges through National Team Leader Group, and through the organization committee, we also had a plan to distribute 1,500 badges, but there was some delays in the plan and the communication, so the official number of badges to be distributed was limited. So we contacted individual organizations, including a lot of associations. We selected organizations that wanted to receive badges, including athletics, badminton, swimming, bridge, and game of go, and modern pentathlon associations. And for 2024 Gangwon Winter Olympics, we distributed 1,300 badges to Ski, Curling, Luge, Ice Hockey, Skeleton, Bobsleigh Association. Although this is less than the original number of badges to be distributed, we successfully distributed the badge we actually created. So the badges are going to be shared with volunteers and staff. And here you see how our badges arrived at a variety of federations and associations. We also opened an SNS page to do some constant PR activity of our badges. Here you can see 18 uploads on our SNS page. There are 494 followers, and we received 683 likes. Now I would like to talk about offline training. So we installed offline booths to provide training to students while we distribute badges to them. To do so, we installed booths in the Korean National Sports Festival. We got approval for this, but we were told that we should keep the booth throughout the festival, so we couldn't use that booth. And the second plan was to operate pin trading at elementary and middle schools located in Seodaemungu, but we couldn't do that due to the change of plans. As a result, we had to limit our activity. We provided pins to child centers and middle school students located in Eunpyeonggu, and we also delivered the messages about our badges. After badges were distributed, we also used upcycling badges, and we conducted a survey about upcycling and pin trading. And you see here the outcome. Through the upcycling badges, people were able to know, they were able to change their perception, and 77% gave us positive feedbacks, and 6% gave us negative feedback. And regarding changing their perception about how these recycling can impact their overall life, a lot of people gave us feedbacks that are positive. So by substantiating recyclings, we were able to get their feedbacks and comment. So this value that we wanted to spread, this message, we asked whether this is effective in changing the environmental protection activities. 92% people said yes, and they also said that this is a great message to students, and this will also remind them of the possibility to have sustainable Olympics. So this gives them a message successfully how they should protect the environment even through the means of the Olympics. And Ms. Park replied that it was very meaningful to see the actual badges that went through upcycling process, and that was very good experience. And she also replied that it could be a very effective means to drive our youth. So in order to achieve goals, we conducted this project. A lot of people sent their support for our project. I hope that thanks to our project, a lot of children will have some positive impact. So, in expanding this project, I hope that our project can provide a lot of support and helpful information in changing our world. I hope that a lot of children and youth contribute to that end. Thank you.
With Olympic Upcycle Badge production, Team Eco Olympic. Thank you. Next is virtual influencer Kim Raun. Through virtual influencer, they are planning to promote the exchange of youth between the Olympic participants, and we have IF Together who are presenting today's presentation. Before we start the presentation, I would like to express my appreciation to the ISF and the staff members for giving us the opportunity. And also our mentor, Gu Kyung-mo. Thank you very much. We will going to start the presentation. Good afternoon. We are Team If Together. We are going to introduce virtual influencer Kim Raun. I will explain the background of our project, and we will explain about what the contents of Kim Raun and what influence the Kim Raun had brought, and conclude. So business background and purpose. Our team had analyzed the age of the Winter Olympic among the MS generation and the 2030 generation. In this situation, the overwhelming popularity of virtual influencer and the emergence of new market platforms had witnessed. Third, virtual influencers' influence on Instagram was very high. Lastly, along with other factors, IOC's virtual reform and fostering a trendy future Olympic culture was very much confirmed, so we had made a conclusion that digital engagement with people should be focused on to build this project. Based on the background that I have just introduced, we are planning to increase interest in Olympics, and by providing various promotional contents, we are planning to revitalize the Olympic project movement, and our goal is to induce inflow of young people to 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic. Details and overview. We are targeting the MZ generation and the 2030 generation, creating a virtual persona to promote the Olympic movement and Gangwon 2024 using Instagram. This is a virtual influencer, Kim Raun. So we started the project from July and completed in October. Let me specify the process. We make Raun Winter in Instagram and then virtualized Kim Raun. We combined everyday life with the Olympics, and we naturally combined Gangwon 2024 and the Olympic movement through Kim Raun's daily stories. And also, we produced MDs and event to build unique algorithm, and also we used hashtag, and also we used live broadcasting communication. Then, who is Kim Raun? Kim Raun is motivated by the Korean word living good life all the time. So that's how the Kim Raun had been born. So this refers to a influencer with great social influencer among virtual characters created by combining artificial intelligence and computer graphics. So we started with draft sketch, virtualization, and actualization. So with different processes, we had made the optimal figure of Kim Raun. The reason why we used this in this platform was because a main platform for virtual influencers and influencers such as Michala and Oroji mainly use the Instagram platform, and we realized that algorithm function greater exposure possible through algorithmic functions such as hashtag and live functions. So it is our goal to deliver Olympic movement using Kim Round. It is about Dailygram, which is delivering your daily life with Instagram. This is very natural feed, and with the pre-storyboard, we have made the story in prior. As you can see, this is Kim Raung's profile shooting and Kim Raung's daily life sharing. Next is Raung's interview, Rayterview. We meet the person who is related to the Olympic item, and we meet three athletes and one working group person. First is ice hockey athlete Lee Seung-jae, and he had introduced about ice hockey and also introduced the healthy Olympic mind. And also we met Lee Min-seo and we talked about vitalization of alpine ski and also the measure to develop the items that are not popular in the Olympic field. Third, we also met Chung Si-eun, and we also thought about a different direction from the previous direction, and we combined Dailygram and Olympic movement. Lastly, this is working group interview. We met young leader Lee Sang-eun, Dream League, and also mentoring for entering international organization was created and intensified. And also, Lee Sang-eun was actually leading Dream League, and we also participated in Dream League. And this was focusing on value. They were all shooting the they were all related to the Kim Raung's daily life. And next is Let's Go Together. This is new infrastructure, and this is the introduction of the infrastructure, and it introduced Pyeongchang, Gangneung, and also different areas, and also the different sports type. Through this, we also realized the Olympic movement value. Next is live content. We used the live broadcast function within the Instagram. Live content is carried out using Instagram functions to promote digital exchange through two-way communication. Kim Ra-on took the lead and the participants shared their stories through comments. And also, in order to diversify the contents, we also made MDs and used the regram function. Producing MD and conducting MD events to diversify content and promote unique promotional strategies. We aim to inform more people about the Olympic movement by leveraging the influence of followers who regrammed on social media. Like it can see on the screen, these are the parts of the regram. With the regram event, we can promote the Kim Round and also Gangwon Olympic movement. There are many contents that is utilizing Kim Round, and we had nurtured Kim Round's account. I will report the business result. As of October 31st, the number of followers is very high, which is 623. But if we look in this long term, we can expect that the followers number will increase. And also, more than 2,000 users approached Kim Ra-eun's account, and the number of followers had increased about 5 times. and age group between 18 to 24 visited Kim Laon's account the most. And lastly, I will talk about. I will conclude the 6 month journey of our project. We wanted to nurture Kim Rao as virtual influencer. Of course, this did not fulfill the goal, but I think this is the start of our project. Rather than just a temporary project, it suggests a new direction for revitalizing the Olympic movement in the future. During the project period, Kim Raon will be completed here, but Kim Raon will grow in the future and will lead Olympic movement. Kim Raon starts now. Another beginning of sustainable Olympic movement, future trends in international sports. Hello, we are virtual influencer Kim Raon.
Yes, virtual influencer Kim Raon project was presented by If Pro Together. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we are going to hear from Sportsmate Project lacrosse, kit development, and other activities in order to spread youth sports value. Sportsmate, please go ahead. Hi everyone. Our name is Lee Hyunji, Song Jun-woo, and Im Sang-ji, our mentor, Mr. Chung. So today, we would like to share our outcome of the project. So we are going to share the purpose of this project, offline activities, online activities, and the closing. So our team name, Sportsmates, we would like to understand the importance of sport and make sure that sport contributes to our life in a positive way. So we looked at our society and how there's a lack of youth sport. We studied in sport and we looked at baseball games during the golden age of baseball in Korea, where the stadium was filled with audiences. But on the right-hand side, you can see today's stadium when there's high school baseball game, the stadium is empty. You can see the public interest in high school baseball has almost evaporated. We looked at why that happens in our society. We thought that there's a lack of youth sports culture in Korea. So we wanted to introduce cheering culture for youth sport. And we also wanted to revitalize the active cheering culture. We conducted online and offline activities, including operating booths. First, offline activity. In Korea, lacrosse is rather not well known in Korea, so 20 people, young people, participated in lacrosse one-day class at Yongin University. During the design phase, we wanted to create not just one-off event, but a lasting event that can invite further young people. We also invited instructors, we borrowed tools, and we communicated with various organizations in order to develop programs that are fun to be part of. So this is the timeline for one-day class. So we wanted to introduce how sports can give us positive impact on our life, and we also shared us youth sport culture and value, and we also created tools, cheering tools that are recycled, that have story. We shared those stories with participants. And we also invited lacrosse experts to the one-day class so that young people can learn from professional lacrosse players. By participating in this one class, a lot of people in the program showed positive feedback, and they also are willing to participate in further future programs and similar programs. That is the result of the survey that we conducted after the program. And in 2028, in LA Olympics, lacrosse game will be held. So people said, participants replied that they were able to learn more about lacrosse, and they also want to participate again next year. And it also gave them great motivation to spread the cheering culture. So there were a lot of great positive feedbacks. And last October in Ilwon, Jeonnam, during the 104th National Sport State event, we operated a booth for 7 days. So in that booth, we welcomed all kinds of participants. We listened to their ideas about sports culture, and they also created their own cheering tools and messages in our booth. And here you can see players who are participated in the event, and their families also visited our booth. And they said that they are grateful for us for spreading the value and spreading the attention that is given to the sport. So the Sportsmate project gave us an opportunity to learn a lot about athletes and the sport itself. An online activity. So on social media platform, Instagram, we did some promotional activity. We reached out to individuals, but also to students. We provided training to students and teachers and child centers. And we also got messages about them wanting to get a kit. So this kit is comprised of echo bags that they can create themselves. And that was actually more than we expected. About over 100 parties requested this kit, and we also got positive feedbacks. They showed their affection toward their athlete and their sport, and they also shared a lot of good messages about sport. And here are some of the kit echo bags that our users created. And here it's Bangyo Middle School students who created echo bags using our program. And in Kunsan Child Center, students also participated in our project, creating echo bags for themselves. And here you can also see other children use their own cheering tools that they made using our kit. Now, we have this new concept, prosumer. Sport is not just about one-off consumption. It's more about video, write-ups, and other media. If you are interested in sport, you can be the participant. You can be the direct user. So in keeping up with that trend, we created this cheering kit so that people can proactively participate in sports culture. And they gave us this feedback. They actually focused more on cheering culture, but now they are, after experiencing our kit, they have more interest in sport itself. And because it's not a learning material, it's more like a material that evokes fun and interest. People were actually able to learn more naturally how they can utilize cheering tools and develop cheering culture. So not just the sport itself, we want to create a better better world. That's the message that we would like to send out. So that is actually the message part of the Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5. And we are aligned on that. For the half a year, we work together every day. And we also contacted ISF staff and our mentor, Mr. Chung. I would like to thank every one of you for giving us support. So we have to be together as sports lovers in order to create a better importance, in order to have a better importance on sport. I hope that we can spread the sound spirit of sport across the country and the world. Please become the sportsmate yourself. Thank you very much. That was Sportsmate.
Next, we have Olim and Tearing, and they will going to introduce about the ISF Olympic movement from the team Korea. Before we start the presentation, I will say hello. Hello, we are Team Korea. We will introduce the team member and the planning intention. Team Korea has Jung Hee-mook, Chaegon, and Kim Jin-soo, and we are all studying sport health and rehabilitation. Our goal is to realize Olympic movement with falling interest in Olympics and lack of physical activity. As for falling interest in Olympics, we wanted to create interest by providing information about the Olympics. And as for improvement of lack of physical activity, we made people to participate in simple physical activity for sustainable improvement. With these two factors combined, this is Olymp and Tearing. Olim and Tearing is the item that we came up with. Olim and Tearing is opened in Gangneung and Jamsil 2 times. In Gangneung, it was opened in September 5th to 7th, 2023. In Jamsil Park, it was opened from September 16 to 17, 2023. The target audience was anyone, regardless of gender or age, who wishes to participate. Through this contents, we wanted to make more abundant, safe, and easy program. First, we want to make a easy access, so we provided a website. Through this website, it was very easy to lure the participants, and also the change of location can bring about risk, but that risk was minimized by utilizing the website. Through the website production, participants were able to see the maps and compass in their cell phones very easily, and they can see the online status of the competition so that they are more motivated. So with the easy communication channel, they were able to make more voice for a better event. And we also made this map, and we also have grouped chat box with the website developer so that we can change and modify in real time. This is our website QR code. Do you want to have an access to our website with this QR code? We will wait. Are you all done? Briefly, I will explain how Olim and Tearing proceed. So please press Start button. You will see the safety principle, and please press I agree and then move to next. We are in Seoul, so let's select Jamsil Hangang Park and then press start again. Are you all following? Thank you. You have to enter the event start code. The code is 10000000. And then go to the question, click on that. You will see a small clock. And on the map, you will see the point where participants have to follow. So we have provided the question code right here. If you go to the far left of the map, you will see the Nadermok, and if you click our logo next to it, you will be able to enter the question code. Question code is 200808, Beijing Olympic date 20080808. Then you will have access to the problem. So I will tell you the answer. Answer is COVID-19. You can enter COVID-19 and enter. You can find other points in the same way, and then if you come back to the starting point, you will be completed. And if you want to know the questions or if you want to participate, please come to us, we will explain you. In order to make safe event, we provided a subscription to Sports Safety Foundation Insurance, and also we established a Team Korea Emergency Contact Network. So as a result, there was zero case of safety accidents. To make the event more abundant, we made a detailed category of our souvenir to lure the participants. And also, we additionally provided eco bags and tumblers. And also, Korea Biathlon Association, Curling Association was delivered with our souvenir. On the table, there are eco bags and tumblers with Olympian logos attached. And through the cooperation with a school committee, student committee, we were able to use a smaller budget, and this was very all possible. In Seoul event, we cooperated with CORE, which is Rehabilitation Committee, and we were able to provide more various services. And also, we were able to provide opportunities to the clubs, and both of them were supported with the basic physical act tools so that they will understand the status of their health. And this is websites and Instagram promotion, and also banners were created and were also utilized on the day of the event. As a result, total 253 participants had participated, and this is the result. This is our goal. Our goal is to have all participants of all age group and gender. In Gangneung, there was some limitation, but in Seoul event, we were able to fulfill our goal. And also, according to the survey of satisfactory, 97% was satisfied with our event. And also, there are some people who are not satisfied, and their complaints was about weather. So Team Korea had self-feedback and participants' feedback, and there were some improvements of the sign size. And through this improvement, we have made some configuration, and these are the number of the points that can be utilized in Gangwon event. And also, if we consider the number of participants, then Web3 event will be more efficient than this one. And also, there are some benefits if we commercialize Olim and Tier. Before we finish our presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to all the people who had participated and also cooperated. And thank you so much for your hard work. And please keep up the good work. This is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olim entering from Team Hanguk. Thank you for the presentation. Next, let's hear from We Can Do It on To Go project Together for Greener Olympics. To contribute to PR activities for Gangwon 2024. The team's name is We Can Do It. Hi everyone. As ISF young leader, we can do it. And let me begin my presentation. Here's the table of content. I'm going to take you through the journey of To Go project. So we can do it. We are composed of Woo Hyo-eun, Lee Jung-eun, and Lee Da-won. So before the presentation, I would like to show you a video clip, which is the summary of the project. So in the screen, you can see the Olympic magazine that we created, To Go magazine. So last May, we came together as members of ISF to design and develop To Go project. So moving from the infrastructure-based Olympics, we wanted to create engaging Olympics where the youth can participate in. So we have these 3 stages. And next, I would like to show you the photographs that show you our journey. Thankfully, a lot of people in various ages have participated in, and thanks to their participation, we were able to make our project a success. I would like to thank them once again. So as you can see in the video, the To Go project is about separating disposals and training and drawing picture journals. And the second part is It's Time to Go with digital torch carrying challenge. And the third part is to develop a picture book that contains the journey of the To Go project. Then why did we come up with To Go project? First, with the increasing influence of sport, a sustainable Olympics has become important. So in terms of infrastructure, Green Olympics has been gaining some interest. However, we need citizens' awareness and perception to change in order to achieve Green Olympics. And as a solution to that, we came up with this idea of To Go Olympics. And in our surveys, we also learned that citizens want the Olympics to be participatory. Based on the result, we came up with these 4 ideas. We wanted to create a Green Olympics where citizens can participate in. We wanted to also create Olympic legacy that is not a one-off message. And we also wanted to go abroad, and we also wanted to create experience-based content. Now let me explain our activities in more full detail. So the first step, how to go. In this activity, we trained our participants of how they can separate their wastes. By keeping up the journal, they were able to describe the wastes that they disposed in a separate way, and we created a hat using the materials, recycled materials. And we also engaged in upcycling activity, and we also developed relevant materials to get ready for the project. We collected participants, we provided training to our participants, and we also provided details about Korean Olympics. So we had meetings with Gangwon 2024 organizing committee, and during this period, participants had to submit their picture journals 8 times, and we also gave them feedbacks. And afterwards, we also visited their houses. We monitored their status, and we also collected plastic waste. They were cleaned and collected and sent to a vendor. And participant plastics were recreated as to-go hats, outdoor hats. And here you can see how to go activity photographs. You see a lot of participants paid attention to Korean Olympics, and they also participated in collecting plastic wastes for upcycling. And here you see Korean Olympics torch carrying activity. It's time to go. We wanted to spread the Korean Olympics value across the country, so to-go hats were completed, and when they were distributed to the participants, we began the torch carrying activity. There's a green torch, the image of green torch on the hat. So people were asked to wear the hat and take the photograph and upload the photograph on SNS. In order to spread this activity, we conducted 3 offline activities in Sinchon, in Cheongchun Station, and 800 people participated in carrying the digital torch. And we also collaborated with libraries, developing to-go kits, including the picture book. And next slide shows you the offline activity photographs. You can see, regardless of, every people from every corner of the life, include like all genders and races of people participated. And going further, we wanted to introduce our project to more people by developing a digital picture book. So this book was created in Korean and English language, and they are sold in Yes24 and other bookstores, and also on Google Store. And we also created animation. And by doing so, we wanted to reach out to more people with wider age group. By uploading this on YouTube and other SNS, we wanted to spread this our value and our project to wider group of people. Lastly, I want to show you the achievement that we made and the result and the future direction we are going to take. So To-Go project had great achievements in various sectors. 854 people participated, and 54 Olympians participated. And the YouTube video was viewed 6,519 times, and 452 people participated in the survey, and 1,522 people follow our Instagram page. And the project outcome increase rate is 95%. So we communicated with a lot of people, and it's just not the project that we like. It's also liked by our participants. A lot of participants who of our project gave us great feedbacks. There were only 7% of people who heard about the Korean Olympics, but after our project, they 100% of the participants said that they are now aware of Green Olympics. And when we asked whether they are willing to participate in Tugo activity in the future, 98.8% of respondents replied that they are willing to participate in the future program. And they also replied that 100% of them replied that they were able to learn about Gangwon 2024 Winter Olympics and the importance of cycling. Most of people said that Tugo project, they would like to hear more from Tugo project going forward, and they also gave us positive feedbacks about our project. That's not the end of Tugo project. We have great potential for future growth. So this project encompasses different ages and different races and different countries. So sustainability of Olympics, I hope that this message reaches people not just in Korea but around the world. And Tugo Project is not about one-off program. It's about creating tangible legacy, including the book and the content. We believe that this can be also used in other Olympics. And going further from infrastructure-based Olympics, we hope that citizens participate proactively in creating green Olympics. So there would be a shift in paradigm. And lastly, I would like to show you a video clip before we close. I'm sorry, the video is not ready, so let's close the presentation. Thank you very much for joining us in our journey.
Thank you, Ms. Lee and Ms. Lee, for your presentation. We've heard about various ideas and projects of 15 teams that we selected. The final team will visit Switzerland and other international sports organizations, and they will also have the opportunity to make their presentation. And I hope that this can be a big driving power for their international organization development. We will skip the break. We will skip the break session and then continue the session number 3.
Thank you for sticking around for such long time. If you need to go to the toilet, please take your time. But skipping the break, we will like to continue with the session 3. So session 3 is about hearing or learning know-hows from working class employees working for international sport organizations. So we are arranging our seats for the panel discussion. As soon as we are ready, we are going to get started with the introduction of our panelists. So session 3, we are going to continue with session 3 without a break. If you are outside, please come inside and be seated. Okay, I think we are ready to go. So the first presentation is about will be given by Seo Kyung-hwa from 2024 Gangwon Youth Winter Olympics Organizing Committee. Please welcome Ms. Seo with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. It is very nice to meet you all. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present ISF Today, I will share the know-how for entering international sports organizations. I will introduce about myself. My name is Seo Kyung-hwa, and I have 12 years in international competitions, and I am currently advising the IOC on accreditation for the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games, and before that, in 2022, Birmingham Commonwealth Games accreditation manager was also my experience. And before that, I have experiences in Olympics in 2020 Tokyo Summer Olympics and Paralympic Games as client accreditation, and also in 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympic and Paralympic accreditation. The first time I started the international sports was 2024 Incheon Asian Games. I will explain what my specialty is. You might not be familiar with this concept. Accreditation. Accreditation is a means to manage access to the stadium and competition facilities by competition participants, including athletes and operating personnel, excluding competition spectators. So you have to register your photo, your title, and you will have the right to go inside with one piece of card. And I am the person who is making the final result card of that. And before that, we have many different process. So at first, you see the role of the participant, and you have to see what kind the work you do in the venue. So this card is ensuring the safety of competition facilities through accreditation cards and additional access control devices. So when you come to the venue, the accreditation is the first step. So this is the face of the Olympics and sports game. And what is very interesting is that when you get accreditation, this means that you are allowed to visit the country without any visa. So visa-free entry is possible with this accreditation service. So if your information is registered to the system, then the system will share that to the government, and if that is all approved, then it can be printed in an accreditation card. So the final version is not a name tag that you can put it on your neck. It is a piece of paper. So with this piece of paper, if you are an athlete from Republic of Korea, then you don't need any visa to visit. So only with this card you will be able to enter the country that you are participating. So if you present a pre-validated card and valid passport, you can enter and exit the country without a separate visa. So if you look carefully, there's also a hologram, and there are many things that are possible. And I will explain what kind of jobs that I used to do before I joined the organization committee. This is Gangwon 2024 that I am currently working in, and these are the emblems that I used to work. We only have about 80 days left to start Winter Youth Olympic Games Gangwon 2024, and I am advisor to the International Olympic Committee accreditation. And in accreditation, I help the athletes to come inside the country as the accreditor, and also there is a facility operator role, and also I communicate with each client group, and also I deal with data, and I look at the overall status and then see if there's anything missing. And I see the budget and then make the optimum accreditation service. And that is my work, to provide advice to accreditation team. And compared to other clients, athletes should have to go through additional steps, and we see if the athletes are qualified for the accreditation, and then we do analysis work, and then we see if there's any information that are missing, and then we see the visa and passport information. These are all operated in one system, so my work starts from configuring the system and then pressing the print button for the accreditation card. This is the organization committee's experience that I have delivered to this team. Before I joined Gangwon, I worked in the England and Tokyo, and I came back to Korea because I wanted to work in Korea. But Gangwon province has very tight budget and workforce, so it was very difficult to get an opportunity. But there were some staff members that I used to work with starting from Pyeongchang Olympics, so I got their contacts, and then I get to have the opportunity to get employed, and now I am working with the Gangwon 2024 organization committee. And before that, I worked in Birmingham Commonwealth Games. This was a big step for me because before this 2022 event, I used to provide accreditation to clients and to a limited number of people, but needed some know-hows if you want to work accreditation on the field, because they each have different sector and fields, and you have to provide access control to all the people inside, but I had no experience related to that. So it was my new opportunity to learn about this field work. So after Tokyo, I went to Birmingham for this job, and I applied, and I worked in Birmingham organization committee. I had to work with people who speaks English, so it was not easy. But we had a same work which overcomes the language barrier. And with the Olympic and Paralympic, I was in charge of NSC accreditation and communication during the competition. And among 200 athletes, I managed the accreditation above 13 athletes. And also, I was in charge of athlete group with big scale, and also reports that are related were also dealt with the experience that I have gained from Pyeongchang Olympic. As for Tokyo Olympic, I didn't expect that I will stay one more year, so we were so much concerned, and the announcement was made right before the opening of Tokyo Olympic, and there was some confusion in the organization committee, and we had to deal with COVID-19 pandemic, and we had to make improvement. So it was a good time for me to look back what I have done, good or bad. And to conclude, Tokyo Olympic did not have that much audience participants, but it was very rememberable. And this is Pyeongchang Olympic, which I feel that I have engaged very much. And after Pyeongchang Olympic, I went to Tokyo Olympic right away. So it took me 3 years to prepare Pyeongchang Olympic, and we had a business cooperation with IOC and also the headquarter consultation. And I was in the athlete village to help accreditation of athletes, and also in Incheon Asian game we worked with this similar work. And but during the Asian game I didn't know anything about accreditation. So when I first got the accreditation manual, I was very surprised, but I thought I could do it. So it was successful. As for Asian Games, we have so many athletes, as much as Summer Olympic. So from the organization committee, we have to be more flexible. So experience from Asian Games were utilized at the next Games and Olympics. So these are the experience that I have gained with these events, and I am little shy to share these experiences, but I would like to share my know-hows and advice. Personally, I'm very shy and I am very thorough. So I am a control freak. I want everything to be perfect. So when I first joined this sports sector, I wanted to continue my experience and I didn't care what kind of experience I will face. I just thought it would be a good idea if I do not stop. And also there were other games. But if you are a student or if you have graduated and if you are interested with organization committee, it's a it's very important to start anything. You should make anything, you should try anything, and then you should gain experience, whatever you can. And I had very strong will to work in the overseas Olympic and Games. But now ISF has many opportunities, and they also have they're also using their billboard to announce the recruitment of international organization. And you can see those information with Instagram or other SNS services. So please take a look and see and browse what kind of things that they require. And maybe if you browse enough, you will get the idea. And you need to have your CVs and cover letter to appeal yourself when you want to work in international organization. So I thought I should quantify everything. So when I explain about my experience in Pyeongchang Olympic, I number everything. I say I served this much, this group, this number of individuals with the accreditation. And of course, language is very important. I have no experience overseas, so I wasn't confident with my English skill. But at the same time, I thought that I'm not working there to improve my English skill. I am going there to communicate with the client and to help them and to provide service. And so I just took a big leap. And some people say we need to use accreditation language because there are some things that only the people who are in this sector can understand. So I was very thorough in terms of reading and understanding the accreditation manual. So I learned a lot from the manual. And if you are worried about your language, just try it and then gather all the materials as much as you can and then read them thoroughly. Lastly, this is this may not come to you, but games and the Olympics are evolving, and there are so many factors that should be introduced. So as for accreditation, there used to be barcode scanning, but now it has evolved into facial recognition. So all you need to do is give a accreditation card. But sometimes people don't miss what is very important and they always follow the new trend. But what is more important is make more experience, and then you have to stick to the basic. You have to, when you are faced with a challenge, you have to remember what you should do, basically. In Korea, there are not that much people who are involved in accreditation. So there are not that much volunteers or accreditation. So please take a look at this accreditation field, and it may be interesting to you, and you have a big opportunity if you want to work in this field. And this is end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing your know-hows, Ms. Seo. The second speaker, let's meet the second speaker. The second speaker is an international sport event consultant, Mr. Andrew Groom, from 2024 Paris Olympics and Paralympics Organizing Committee. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm honored to be here to give some insights and advice in the mentoring of the international sports field. I'm currently working as an international sports event consultant, and I'm working for a few projects, and I'll reach that in the presentation. So today, I'll start off introducing myself, and then I'm going to discuss my personal journey in the international sports field. I've traveled around quite a bit, but I just want to pick up on some of the key points throughout my career, decisions I made, and how my career progressed. Then I'm going to talk a little bit more about my current role and what I'm doing in these projects. And then I'm going to finish off with some of my insights and advice, which I think are relevant not only to young colleagues, new sports colleagues, students, but also even to myself. I still stand by some of these advice, and I try and work according to these points that I will make. So as I said, my name is Andrew Groom. I'm British. My education is not sports related. It's human sciences, Bachelor of Science from University College London. As I said, I'm an international sports event consultant. I've been working in sport for approximately 12 years. And my areas of expertise are accreditation, which I won't go into too much detail because we just had a very good presentation on it. Game systems, sport entries, which relates to the qualification, eligibility and entry of the athletes. And then also the NOC and MPC delegation registration process. Now, the delegation registration process involves accreditation, sport entries, and then also the NCS, the NOC MPC services team, assisting the national Olympic committees and Paralympic committees to register their entire delegation, athletes, team officials, and so on. So, as I said, my journey in the international sports field, I've traveled around quite a bit, and I think my career is slightly different to others in the terms that I've moved around different teams. So I mentioned my degree earlier. That degree was interdisciplinary. I studied within the human sciences, anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, lots of different modules. And I think I've applied that within my career by moving between different areas, functional areas of the committee and the organizing committees. and I've tried to integrate and learn about the bigger picture and not just focus on my one area. So these are some logos from the events that I've worked on. So I've done 4 Olympics, 4 Paralympics, Summer Olympics and Paralympics, 3 Commonwealth Games, although one of them recently has been postponed or cancelled, international federations, and also the International Paralympic Committee. This is just a geographic map to show where I've lived and worked. So I started off in the UK, but I've since worked on continental Europe, in South America, and also in Asia and Australasia. So how did my journey begin? Before working in sport, I never really had the thought to work in sport, and I was lucky to sort of fall into it. I was between jobs, and London 2012 was hiring, and I love sport, so I thought, why not give it a go? My first role was in the sport entries team, and as I mentioned, that team deals with the entry, eligibility, and qualification of the athletes. I actually was designated to the Asian National Olympic Committees, so I looked after 23 NOCs through their process, including South Korea, and I'm still in good contact with those contacts now. But London 2012 was an amazing opportunity. I managed to travel to regional forums in Asia. I lived and worked in the Olympic Village, so I was surrounded by the athletes and the team officials, the delegations, and it really gave me that desire to continue a career in sport. So I'd been in London for many years, and I took the difficult step to actually leave London. I never really wanted to leave London, but I knew that I needed to progress my career. So I went to Glasgow, which is in Scotland, and they were hosting the 2014 Commonwealth Games. So I continued within sport entries. So I was able to apply my knowledge and experience from London and then apply it to that games. But also the dynamic of the team, the organization structure was slightly different. It was a slightly smaller event, so I was given other opportunities within the sport department to work with the sport scheduling team, sport services team, training venues, and sort of diversify my experience a little bit. After Glasgow 2014, I was very lucky that one of my previous colleagues from London, she literally picked up the phone the day after I finished Glasgow and offered me a job for Rio. I'd never thought I'd work outside of the UK, and to me it was a fantastic opportunity, somebody in their mid-20s to move to a foreign country. So I went and again worked in sport entries, but this time it's a bigger team. I was a continental manager, so I actually I had the responsibility of 3 people within my European team. I'm proud to say that all 3 of those went on to work in Tokyo and are still working in sport events. But I also diversified my experience and utilized my skill set and became responsible for the sport entries system itself. So the initialization and the integration with key areas such as accreditation or results. Following Rio, I felt I really enjoyed sport entries, but I felt like I had completed it to a certain degree. I'd done 3 games in that department, so I wanted a new challenge. So I actually moved to Germany to work within the International Paralympic Committee, and specifically for World Parathletics as the competition coordinator. So it was a very busy year. We had the London 2017 World Parathletics Championships. We had the first ever Junior World Parathletics Championships. We also were trying to improve the Grand Prix. We were going through recertification of our classifiers and also the international technical officials as well. And it was a really eye-opening experience. I had a really good boss who really sort of challenged my work but helped me improve. And one of my sort of proudest achievements was actually that I drew upon my sport entries background, and I actually wrote the qualification system for para-athletics for Tokyo. So that was a big, moment for me. Then an opportunity came to work in a project in Africa, in Cabo Verde, which is small islands off the west coast of Africa, for the first ever African Beach Games. So my position there was Director of Sport Technology, so obviously quite a large remit, but some of the highlights were initially talking with 23 different African national federations and whittling it down to 11 sports for the sport program. And also I appointed a world-class sport technology provider who at that time had only worked on a couple of events, but recently they've signed a contract with the OCA and delivered Hangzhou, and they're really becoming a big player in the sport technology scheme. So that was also great to work with them and have that experience. Then I moved into accreditation. So again, I think I always have this desire to sort of build upon my experience and challenge myself in new areas. But with accreditation in Tokyo, I was actually working within the Games family team, but specifically working on the National Olympic Committee processes. So whilst it was a new area and new challenge, it was also very familiar because the sport entries teams and the accreditation teams work side by side, but also as many of the same stakeholders and contacts which I'd known for a few years. After Tokyo 2020, which was a very special event, I didn't go home because of COVID for 2.5 years or something. An opportunity came to go home and work for the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games. This time, again, I was in accreditation, but as client services manager for all stakeholders. So not just Games family, not just the CGAs, the Commonwealth Games Associations, but actually all of workforce as well. So again, this was me diversifying and building upon my experience. Which now brings me on to my current role. So I'm now working remotely as an international sport event consultant, and I'm working across 4 different projects. I'm delivering services as head of accreditation for World Rugby. They've got a big grand plan over the next 10 years to really reinvent and reinvigorate their event portfolio. So I'm overseeing an update of their accreditation management concept, but also they're looking to build a tournament management system. So I'm contributing to the development of that. I was working with Sport 5 and Victoria 2026, again as accreditation, but specifically accreditation systems, trying to integrate the development of those systems and also the sport entries and access control systems. But unfortunately, the local Victoria government have pulled the funding on the event, so I'm hoping next week there's a Commonwealth Games General Assembly and a new host could potentially be announced. Which brings me on to Paris. So I actually work for 2 different projects for Paris. One is accreditation, as an accreditation consultant. So I'm supporting the planning and implementation of the accreditation processes. And specifically with them, I'm working with helping their system team to develop the system and make sure that it's meeting the business requirements, the visa, security risk assessment processes. For the NCS team, the NOC NPC services team, I've been helping them develop their delegation registration process. And also I've built this screenshot of a tool called the Estimated Team Size Calculator. And the Paris version is quite complicated, but it's a planning tool not only for the organizing committee, but for the NOCs and NPCs. So finally, I want to quickly jump into some insights and advice. I came up with this mnemonic, this word STAR, S-T-A-R, be a star. So skills, showcase your attributes and your skill set. So think about what it is that you bring, what are you good at, and how can you help an organizing organization deliver and you be an asset to them. It could be communication, it could be IT skills, it could be an area that you specialize in. Try and specialize in specific areas, but remember that learning never stops. So you should really understand more than your role, because it's critical to the organization of an event to understand the wider picture. Teamwork, you have to help each other. This isn't, whilst your career is an individual event to a certain degree, you're always part of a team. Your immediate team, but also the whole organization. I've been in many organizations where teams sort of compete with each other or don't pull in the same way. They are always less successful than the ones where all the different teams are really pulling in the right direction. Also understand the pressures and situation of others. It's a very high-pressured environment working in sports sometimes, and people have different peaks and different issues going on, so you have to understand the wider picture. Attitude, this one's really important to me. Treat others with respect, regardless of their position, and especially when you're under pressure. You have to always treat people well, volunteers, stakeholders, your colleagues, even spectators, everybody. Don't network for numbers. I believe in doing a good job is a really good way of building your network. And then finally, resilience. So 3 different types of resilience. Strategic, expect the unexpected, and you build resilience into your planning. What could happen, what might happen. Think about all of these and plan well. Physical, events are tiring. They really are, so look after yourself and your colleagues. Eat well, sleep well, all of these things. And then mental. So mental comes in lots of different things, like being determined, or I've put down here, don't be disheartened by an unsuccessful job application. After Rio, I'd had 2 Summer Olympics under my belt. I still sent off 50 or 60 job applications before getting my next job. So have that resilience for yourself and for your career, and you'll go far. That's my quick presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for having me here.
감사합니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you for your presentation. Please give him a big round of applause. That was the second presentation from session 3, and we have the last presenter. We have event manager Kim Seung-yoon from World Archery Asia. Please welcome him with big hands. Good afternoon. I am Kim Seung-yoon from World Archery Asia. Thank you so much for good presentations, and I will share the experience of my own. Before I start, I would like to express my appreciation to ISF for inviting me and preparing this good event. I will briefly explain about my presentation. First, I will touch upon World Archery Federation and what kind of work the event manager is doing in WAA. And I will also share the overall experience of mine and conclude. And at the last page, there are some skills and know-hows to get a job in this field. First, World Archery Asia. World Archery Asia is under World Archery Federation. Then what is World Archery? World Archery was established in 1931 and it opens World Cup, World Championship, Youth Championship, Pairs Championship, and also university games. World Archery Asia was established to govern the sport of archery in the Asian continent, and it was established in 1978, and all the presidents so far was all Korean, and we also have a headquarter in Korea, and also Hangzhou Asian Game, Hangzhou Para Game, the event related to archery is also prepared by World Archery Asia. This is my role. I am working as event manager in WAA. As you can see in the photos, I operate the games, I take photos, and also take the overall operation. We are participating in the different projects and programs. We plan contest programs and events. We also have seminars, Asian archeries, including athletes, instructions, and referees. And we also provide clinics and education program. I will explain the role of event manager. The role of event manager is preparation of these event and operation of these events. Let's take a look at a video clip. We have various archery related events prepared and operated every year. That video clip was also planned by me, and I also created the concept, and I also proceed promotion related to archery events. I also deliver news from Asian Archery Federation and share events and results through various channels. So through these channels, I share the videos of member states through YouTube channel. We have limited staff members, so I have so many work to do, but I can have the opportunity to learn about all the work process starting from A to Z. I will explain some of the activities while I was working as event manager in WAA. After my SAT was completed, I started working in ski school in Pyeongchang. So during this time, I had a good experience with working with foreign people, and also I participated Pyeongchang Olympics test event in 2017, and also after that I joined the Pyeongchang Olympic Organizing Committee 2018, and I got to have the opportunity to communicate with the staff members, and one of the staff members suggested me to work in 2020 Tokyo Olympics Broadcasting Company, and I also was very lucky to work in this field. And also, I started with part-time job and operation and also working group task, and these had made me as an event manager, and I get to have different perspective as consumer or participants or other individual. These are what I have prepared to get the job. I thought English was very important, so I studied English. And in international sports organization, English skill is essential, so English is very important. When I was preparing for my employment, I read some English articles, and you get to see different status and trend of international sports arena. And also you can get information from IOC webpage, and also you can get information from ISF webpage. They are also sharing articles. And if you go in detail, you can also join international sports organization that you're interested and get the article that you might be interested in. So please find the articles that you like and read and help your English skills. Next important thing is various experience. I was experiencing in different events, and that was very helpful to learn. And when I was in college, I made a plan to participate at least one sports event in a year. Next year there will be Busan table tennis again, and you can apply for the intern and then gain field experience. Now I'm working in WAA, but if I have time, I also participate in Olympic Day Run or ISF events so that I can see what is happening outside WAA, and I prefer visiting these fields. And what is very important is understanding the organization. When you want to join an organization, that means you have to be ready to be part of the organization. You have to have understanding of the organization that you want to work in. And before the interview, please take a look at the related websites and understand the structure to prepare for your employment. These are the things that I have prepared, and among these different capabilities, I can confirm the fit condition for the organization that I want to work, and then I applied after that. Well, of course, the work I imagined and the actual work was very much different. So work was not always rosy. Sometimes you have to work really hard to get things done. And after 2 years of experience, I realized that I need stamina. Well, it differs depending on different departments, but I went to business trip over 150 days last year, and long distance travel was very influencing my stamina status. And I need to have good attitude, and that good attitude comes from good condition. And second important thing is learning attitude. If I don't know anything, I should search and ask, and I have to never stop learning, because new rules applied into sports changes every year, and you have to learn about these changing rules for your own good. Before I came here, I asked IOC Secretary General what he sees when he wants to uh, hire someone. He says that learning out attitude is very important. Lastly, planning is important. All events have application period and deadline, so you have to keep the application deadline, and through this you should make your team schedule and your individual schedule. Daily plan, a weekly plan, and a monthly plan should be made so that I won't miss anything. To conclude, there are 6 things. You need English skill, various experience, understanding of organization, good stamina, learning attitude, and planning. If you have these 6 factors, it will be helpful to you. And I hope you can keep that in mind and use that in your employment.
Thank you. That was the last presentation from Mr. Kim. That concludes the third session, and we are going to have a panel discussion. The moderator and panelists, please come up to the podium and be seated. Let me introduce our moderator for session 3. Professor Im Da-young from National Mokpo Marine University is currently an advisor for youth designated by the Ministry of Culture, Sport and Tourism. Hi everyone, my name is Im Da-young. It's very nice to meet you. So this is the last session. Thank you very much for sticking around. It's good to hear a lot of stories and ideas. I would like to thank our speakers. So the stories that I heard from these 3 speakers, I'm sure they are meaningful and helpful to both our online and offline audiences. First of all, I would like to ask Ms. Seo, advisor of IOC and consultant. She shared the know-how to enter international sport organization. She shared a lot of helpful information, and Mr. Andrew Groom also shared great ideas and know-hows and advice for our young leaders. And Mr. Kim from WAA also shared know-hows for our young people, and he also shared his journey to reach the World Archery Asia. So within the limited time, I'm going to ask each speaker questions. I have a common question and individual questions. So first question goes to advisor Ms. Seo. I think international sport events, we are expecting to have 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics. I'm sure you're very busy getting prepared for the game. And among the participants, most of the audiences or participants would like to work for the organizing committee, I believe. So as you get prepared for this event, on which part did you put most resources, especially human resources, in? Well, of course, it's about sport. And we also focus on facilities and athlete-related communication. So we put most human resources in that part. So we have NOC service, building relationship with athletes. It requires further people. And accreditation, we are also hiring more people. And in terms of games, experts have been working remotely or in person in the office. We have this games, we have this expecting event, and we are focusing mostly on the venue. Okay, thank you for the question. I have another question. So your presentation tells us your advice about how people can enter global like sport organization. What do you think is most important about that? And personally thinking, what do you think is your personal strength? Well, I think my experience and challenging spirit, I think these are very important. I know it's cliche, but it's important. In any sector, you have to build experience. In the future, I mean, presently and going forward, I think building experiences gave me a lot of energy. And as I work abroad, I became a typical Korean trying to find the fastest way to solve the problem. And that was one of the benefits that I had. And when we started discussions and conversations, I would be really hasty, like coming up with solutions and plans as soon as possible. So I think that was one of my strengths. And I also try to be responsible. I try to be a responsible person when working. When you are responsible, you try to take care of every aspect of your work. I think it really helps you achieve your goal. So be a typical Korean and have some challenging spirit. Thank you for the answer. Next, we would like to hear from Andrew Groom. So, according to your presentation, 2020 London Olympics and 2020 Commonwealth Games. So, you've been engaged in various events as accreditation consultant. Personally, as you get prepared for these events, what stood out most? What was the most memorable event to you?
Good question. I think the most memorable event for me, I'm going to name two, I'm going to cheat a little bit, but definitely the first one, London 2012. Just being in that environment in such a successful project as well. We were surrounded by excellent colleagues. The project, the delivery of the event was amazing, and as a young administrator, coordinator level person, it was a real eye-opener to be in that environment and that event. I would say the other event which was most memorable for me as well would be Tokyo 2020. As I mentioned in my presentation, because of coronavirus, we had specific challenges, and I didn't go home for 2.5 years. And the team that we built, many other people, especially the internationals, didn't go home as well. But we really pulled together in that year of uncertainty. As a team, we planned well, we changed our approaches, we improved things, and even though we weren't sure if the games would definitely happen, we kept our focus. So when the games, even though the games were a little bit subdued without the fans and a little bit different, it was still memorable seeing our team pull together and deliver it well.
네, 감사합니다. 아무래도 그 불확실성을 또
Thank you. You overcome the uncertainty, and that is the most memorable experience for you. And another question. All three of you have mentioned this. International sports event is changing fast with trend. And you have played an important role as the consultant in 2024 Paris Olympic. And what is different legacy of Paris Olympic, which differs from other Olympics? And what is your effort to make that happen?
So definitely the big push with Paris 2024 is their approach, and they wanted to create a new model for events, and specifically they're really trying to tackle sustainability, both sustainability from an environmental sense, but also from economic sense or social sense as well. So they have, I think the CEO recently said that they wanted the games to be sustainable but spectacular. And they have big grand plans like cleaning the River Seine, which flows through the middle of Paris. They're using a lot of the Olympic Village for social housing. I believe that all their events are going to be, all their venues are going to be existing infrastructure or temporary infrastructure apart from two, I believe. So they're really trying to push this, and I think it's important for all event organizers to consider the impacts of sustainability, because we need to make these events more sustainable. And specifically within accreditation, we've always tried to be sustainable with our resources, for example, our consumables, as we say, because not only is the paper, the laminate, the lanyards, these are all resources. So you want to carefully plan these numbers, and you don't want waste. That's always been the case because there's always been a cost element, but even more so now, we try and plan well with the numbers and the delivery of accreditation to reduce that waste.
네, 감사합니다. 아무래도
Thank you for your answer. You have mentioned about sustainability, and according to your answer, it is very similar to the youth presentation, and I think in the future, international sports field, the youth will contribute a lot. And next question goes to Mr. Kim Seung-yoon, and you have mentioned about very interesting journeys. And I am actually working as the current athlete, and I have the good opportunity to meet lots of people. And you are a celebrity among the front staff member. And what is your know-how of entering WAA? There are many youth leaders, so can you please give them realistic know-hows? Yes, the 6 factors: English skill, understanding of organization, various experiences, how to plan, good stamina, and goodwill. I said these are very important, and based on those capabilities, you have to understand the trend, knowledge, and latest regulation of the international organization that you want to join. That would be very helpful. Please take a look deep into it and be interested. Then that will come out during the interview or during the entry test. So try to know the issue and understand the trend. Thank you for your answer. That was very useful know-how. My question is Korea's archery. If we look from global perspective, Korea's archery is at the highest level. You would probably have experience of working with people who are from other countries. And are there any strength of Korean staff members or weakness of staff members? Like Ms. Sa mentioned, responsibility is a strength of Korean, and when we work in Asian countries, Korean English is better than other Asians. So we have strength in English skills, but we need to understand the different culture better. We have more experience so that we can have better understanding. But sometimes when you work in the international organization, there are lots of Muslim participants. You have to consider their religion and culture. We are very much used to pork, but they cannot eat pork. So when you prepare international event, you have to understand the different cultures, different religions. So when they participate, they will have higher satisfaction. So you have to consider this when we want to prepare the international event. Thank you so much for the answer. These three presenters share us a lot of uh, know-hows from the field. And let's give the microphone to the floor for the question. Do you have any question related to international sports? If you have any question, feel free to ask. Please raise your hand and ask a question. Do you have any question? No one? This is the third session, so maybe you are exhausted and you don't have questions because all three presenters were very thorough with sharing information. And this is my common question. When I had a conversation and I heard about your stories, you look very amazing. And from what perspective do you see international sports? This can be very lame question, but what is international sports for you based on your experience and based on your thoughts? So please start, Ms. Sa. This is a very difficult question, so I have to say it in one word. For me, international sports is everything of my career. And this will sound lame, but it is very meaningful to me. And it is everything of my 20s and 30s. You get to have experience on the field, on site, and you're very overwhelmed when you see the opening ceremony. And when I work in just a company, there are not that much chances to see the actual outcome like this, but we can see the outcome and we can see the face of athletes when they get their accreditation card. And when I see the joy in their face, I feel very happy. And I want to say it's my everything. Yeah. I want to say that. Yeah. Thank you.
It's a good question. For me, I mean, international sports, I mean, the key word is international, and one of the greatest things throughout my career is I've literally had meetings with countries, every single country in the world, face-to-face meetings with people from all different corners of the world. And that's a really beautiful thing in many ways. And then also the Olympic movement always talks about bringing people together, but often the focus, well, some of the focus is more on the athletes and bringing that together, but actually behind the scenes in many of my teams that I've worked in, they're international teams. Yes, you always have a good core of the local organizing country, but I've worked in teams with 12, 15, 20 different nationalities in them, and we all pull together and we all have a common goal and objective, and I also really enjoy that element to working in the international sports field.
네, 답변 감사드립니다. 그러면 네.
Thank you for your answer. Well, international sports bring everyone together. We come together under the name of international sport, and in 2013 there was Special Olympics in Pyeongchang. I was one of the spectators. Everyone was from different part of the world, and we became one. That really was interesting to me. That was really attractive part of sport. And everyone speaks different language, but we become one team, and it makes me feel so good. So international sport is a venue where we become together. We become one. Well, it was a cliche, but it was a difficult question. But thank you so much for great answers. I have one last common question. You are in different sector. I'm assure you this is the last one. So you are in international sports sector. If you let's say that you are in the same team and you have authority to hire new ones, newbies. So do you have any standard or do you have any criteria? So simply put, what kind of person are you going to hire for your team? And why don't we begin with Mr. Kim first? Well, I joined this organization for 2 years. I was hired by this organization. So I think the person who is willing to learn, who can do the teamwork, I think that's important part. So putting them together, I guess the single word I'm looking for is passion. So someone who is willing to learn and someone who can collaborate. So if I become a hiring personnel, I am going to look for that person. Thank you.
For me, whenever I've hired and built teams, of course I look at their skill set and their experience. You know, you have to look at that. But during the interviews and everything, I want to try and gauge their attitude. I want to sort of delve into their background a little bit more and try and work out, you know, what their skills are, but also how can they fit in to the team that I'm building as well. Wanting people, identifying that people want to learn, that they are committed, you know, that they haven't left projects halfway through necessarily or things like this. But also that they've got a bit of passion, they've got a bit of, you know, belief in themselves as well. And yeah, these key sort of attributes, bringing them together, but also always keeping in mind the larger team and how are they going to fit into what I want that position to do. Because if I'm hiring 14 different people, but they're all performing the same role effectively, like all coordinators within my team, I want them all to bring different things for the team, so it keeps the team moving in one direction.
네, 답변 감사드립니다. 그럼 마지막으로.
Thank you for the answer. And lastly, yes, they also mentioned attitude. That's important. I always ask applicants how much they are interested in sport. Is there any specific sport they are into? Is there any athlete they are into? Because if you're interested in something, you're good at it. So I try to obtain that information from applicants. And if I hire someone for accreditation, language is important. It's not just about speaking English. It can be Spanish, French, so all kinds of different languages are required for this task. So this is also important. And Andrew and Mr. Kim also said a person's role for the team. So teamwork is critical to delivering the game. I know interview is limited, but if he or she is willing to collaborate, I try to see that. Thank you for your great answer. That is the last part, and this is the last part of session 3. A to Z, know-hows in order to enter international sports organization. Last year and this year, I actually am participating as a researcher of a government program. I have an experience of meeting a lot of young leaders. I was surprised by their language skills and their potential as the leader of the international sports sector. I am so glad to see you, all of you here today, joining us as young leaders. I am sure that today's event gave you support and information that you needed. That concludes our session. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, everyone. You can all return to your seat. That is the panel discussion of the session 3, 2023 ISF International Sport Career Conference. That is the end of this conference. We prepared special gifts for you. The gift was prepared. The gift is a book written by President Yu and other IOC members. You're going to be handed over this book as you leave this room. I hope this book helps you understand better about international sport sector. Thank you so much for participating despite your busy schedule and being here until the very end of this conference. That concludes our conference. Thank you very much, everyone.
Along as the birds sing, running from the dark clouds and hard rain. I miss you, your colors. I feel like I'm going under. I'm coasting on a riptide, thinking about your love every day and night. I can't sleep when you're gone. Ooh, the water and sky, reflection in my eye, and it's true, so true, that my life is a she-side, is a she-side.